exploration and exploitation. Crossed by the three branches of the Andes Mountains, the Andean region is the most populated and economically active zone in Colombia. Its rugged geography makes it possible to find different altitudes that give place to a variety of climates, ranging from the driest and coldest to the warmest and the most humid, which makes it a very attractive region for tourism. Precisely within its geographic wealth is the Andean Belt, an area where there are several geological environments favorable to prospects and deposits of gold and copper. Likewise, in the center of the country are located the mines of the world-famous Colombian emeralds, as well as deposits of coal, gold, phosphates, iron, and salt. 48 kilometers from Bogota is located one of the wonders of the country, the salt mine inside which the imposing Salt Cathedral of Zipaquirá was built. A subterranean mine, carved completely in salt, composed among others of a Via Crucis, an immense dome, 3 naves, and the largest underground cross in the world. This majestic structure is a great example of well-done mine closure, making mining tourism possible. Salt production in Colombia is concentrated in 5 mines located in the center of the country and on the Caribbean coast. The departments of Cundinamarca, Boyacá, and Norte de Santander, pertaining to the Andean region, comprise the country's metallurgical coal mining and coke production. Coke production increased last year, reaching 4 million tons, positioning Colombia as the world's 3rd largest exporter of this mineral. In the midst of the mountains of the eastern mountain range emerges what some call embrujo verde, green bewitchment, the emerald. Colombia is the largest producer of high-quality emeralds in the world, with 55% of total production. Its color, light, and brightness contrast with the mine's darkness, where the miner's hard work makes it possible to appreciate and enjoy one of the most coveted gemstones on the planet. In the north of Colombia, on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean, lies the Caribbean region, an area of great agricultural and tourist wealth and with a strategic geographical position for international trade. This region has extensive experience in the development of world-class mining projects, especially in coal and nickel. It is also advancing in important exploratory projects related to precious metals and base metals such as copper and other minerals. Mining activity in the Caribbean has been boosted and has promoted the development of rail and port infrastructure, facilitating exportation to many countries and dynamizing the regional economy. The country's largest part zones, which move most of the mineral exports to international markets, are located there. Colombian thermic coal is the main mining export product and is characterized by its high quality, high calorific value, and low ash, sulfur, and moisture content, which reduces emissions. Colombia has positioned itself as the largest coal producer in Latin America. The average coal production in the country during the last decade has been 81 million tons per year. In the Alto San Jorge region, in the Colombian Caribbean, there are 3 of the 6 nickel deposits in the country, one of the largest and lowest cost open pit mines in the world. Colombia ranks 13th in the world in the production of nickel, a mineral with multiple applications, especially in the technology and steel industries. With the entry into operation of new deposits, the National Mining Agency projects production of close to 45,000 tons in the coming years, which provides a new exportation opportunity. At the same time, Colombia has been able to develop industry around the exploitation of iron in the center of the country, which has been an important generator of employment. Colombia has an attractive potential for the exploration of copper deposits located mainly in the Pacific coast, the Caribbean, and the Andean region. In the far west of Colombia, bathed by the Pacific Ocean, lies the region of the same name. This area is considered one of the rainiest in the world and rich in biodiversity, as well as having a high potential for gold, silver, platinum, and copper deposits. The department of Chocó in the Pacific region is the main silver producer. National silver production reached 611,000 ounces per year. Meanwhile, platinum reached 13,000 ounces and copper reached 8,194 tons in 2021. The Colombian territory possesses very favorable geological environments for the existence of gold deposits. Colombia is the 4th largest gold producer in Latin America and the 18th largest in the world. The country is projecting into the future. The planet is moving towards an energy transition that demands strategic minerals such as copper, coltan, rare sands, nickel, and iron. Colombia will continue to be an international player in the mining market, and to achieve this, it intends to take advantage of its full potential. For this reason, the National Mining Agency is conducting mining bidding rounds for the adjudication of areas with high potential for copper, phosphates, coal, and gold, which are part of a group of minerals of strategic interest to the Colombian government. The Orinoquia region, also known as Llanos Orientales, is located in eastern Colombia and is characterized by its wide plains and savannas. The subsoil of the vast area has potential in minerals such as coltan, iron, and titanium. This region is witnessing the first mining projects focused on the production of so-called critical minerals and high-value metals such as niobium, tantalum, the famous coltan, as well as rare earths, all of which are necessary for the production of technology. In the south of the country lies the Amazon region, whose territory is part of a great lung of the planet, where the greatest biodiversity on Earth is gathered. Colombia is respectful of the world's richness and is committed to protecting the Amazon to ensure the conservation of this important natural heritage. For this reason, mining is carried out only where environmental regulations and authorities allow it. This is how we end our tour through the 5 natural regions that make Colombia a country full of wealth and opportunities. In this way, the country will continue to develop the mining sector under the highest standards, protecting strategic ecosystems and taking advantage of the mineral potential offered by its diverse regions, in conjunction with companies, authorities, and communities. national mining agency for a sustainable mining that builds a country.
Buenos dias, good morning. I am Sabrina McCamera, and on behalf of the National Mining Agency, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all those of you joining us on our Colombia Day, in person and via streaming from different parts of the world through the National Mining Agency's website, www.anm.gov.co. For those present with us, you will find on your desks the QR code and instructions to enter the simultaneous translation, if so required, as well as headphones in case needed. It is a pleasure for the Colombian government to hold this event within the framework of the 90th Annual Convention of the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, PDAC 2022. It is considered the most important mining convention in the world, bringing together more than 25,000 people and leading companies in the global mining sector, including investors, exhibitors, and delegations from at least 130 countries, with the objective of sharing experiences, offering networking spaces, and promoting investment opportunities, among other aspects of interest to the global mining community. With the return of the face-to-face version of PDAC, the Colombian government has resumed its active participation in this major event with the purpose of presenting the advances of the mining sector in Colombia, investment opportunities and strategies that seek to position Colombian mining in the world, to encourage development of new projects in the country, and to open new market opportunities for Colombian producers. Colombia Day is an event of recognized tradition in PDAC, which is why we have prepared for you today a rich agenda with the most relevant topics and stakeholders of the current Colombian mining sector. We provide a complete overview of the country and its main bets to project the mining of the future, as well as the vision of those who lead the development of the mining activity in Colombia. Welcome, everyone. So, before we begin the agenda for today, there will be words of welcome by the Honorable Ambassador of Colombia to Canada, Mr. Jorge Londoño de la Cuesta. Greetings from the Honorable Ambassador of Canada to Colombia, Marie-Annick Tremblay. There will be a presentation titled Opportunities in the Colombian Mining Sector by the President of the National Mining Agency, Mr. Juan Miguel Duran Prieto. Later, we'll have the first panel of the day titled Perspectives for New Mining Projects in Colombia, with the participation of representatives of important mining companies with presence in Colombia. This will be moderated by Mr. Juan Camilo Nariño, President of the Colombian Mining Association, ACM. The next item on the agenda will be the conference Mining in Colombia, a Canadian Perspective, by Mr. John Price. He is the Director of the Canadian Council for the Americas and General Director of America's Market Intelligence, AMI. Afterwards, the second panel of the day is called Mining with an Integral Approach, with the participation of important representatives of the mining sector under the moderation of Mrs. Sarah Armstrong Montoya, President of Cordoba Minerals. After that panel, we'll have the Secretary of Mines of Antioquia, Mr. Jorge Alberto Jaramillo, with a conference called Mining in Antioquia, Vision 2040. We shall have then a presentation of projects for gold and polymetallic roundtables. In conclusion, we will have the presentation of the Colombian mining pipeline, where the company John T. Boyd will present the general offer of projects. And to conclude this great day, attendees are cordially invited to the luncheon offered by the Colombian-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Dentons, Cardenas y Cardenas, Incement, CIBC, and Air Canada. Well, having presented the agenda, we welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador of Colombia to Canada, Mr. Jorge Londoño de la Cuesta, to join us with a few words of welcome. Come on to the stage, Mr. Ambassador.
Good morning, everybody. Special greetings to Marianne Tremblay, Ambassador of Canada in Colombia, to Mr. Juan Miguel Duran, President of the National Mining Agency, and of course, I want to thank you, all of you, for attending this invitation and for your interest in knowing something more about my country. I'm going to talk about Colombia's present and our relations with Canada, almost 70 years old. Let me tell you that Canada is a strategic partner for Colombia for several reasons. Let's start with the political. Most important, of course, is our shared commitment to freedom and democracy. You know that in Latin America, and Colombia is no exception, we still have significant challenges to strengthen our democratic institutions, reduce poverty levels, and increase opportunities for well-being and progress for all our citizens. In this sense, Canada has supported Colombia in implementing the peace agreement signed with the FARC 5 years ago. We have completed nearly a third of its commitments, and we still have 10 years of continuous work to complete and execute what we lack. On another front, Canada has been working very hard to collaborate with the humanitarian crisis caused by the terrible government of Mr. Maduro in Venezuela. Canada not only successfully led the International Conference of Donors last year to address this humanitarian crisis, but Canada also made great efforts to peacefully restore democracy in Venezuela, seeking to hold free and transparent elections in this country. The instability of Venezuela significantly affects Colombian stability, since both countries share a 2,000-kilometer border, and there are already nearly 2 million Venezuelan migrants living in Colombia. The solid economic relations that existed years ago have disappeared and transformed into an increase in illegality and proliferation of drug trafficking and armed groups on our border. Now we go to the economic and trade relations between Colombia and Canada. In 2021, we celebrated 10 years since the free trade agreement between the two countries entered into force, which has brought us many benefits. Let's start with the investment. Canadian investment has reached Colombia for nearly $10 billion in the past 11 years. There are more than 100 of Canadian companies that are developing their businesses in Colombia. The most important are energy sectors, like oil and gas and electricity. But we have been working very hard, we are working on the diversification of these investments. And the last example was in February when President Duque was accompanying the inauguration of a technological services center that Scotiabank set up in Bogotá with a projected capacity of 4,000 jobs, and that will attend to service needs for its client to the entire continent. But as I mentioned before, dozens of Canadian companies already have presence in Colombia in all sectors of the economy. According to Statistics Canada, in terms of exports, in the last 12 months, we had the best year of our exports to Canada, growing more than 90% compared with 2020, and reaching more than $1.2 billion, which is the highest figure in our business history. Of this amount, 40% was given in energy mining products, 30% in coffee, and 30% other products, mainly flowers. This economic and commercial dynamic has made many Colombians see Canada as a destination to develop professionally. In the last 12 months, more than 8,000 Colombians obtained a visa to study in this great country, and at least more than 5,000 Colombians got a work visa to meet the labor needs that arise today in Canada, mainly in technical work, where Colombia offers a hand of high-quality work. We celebrate that a Colombian fintech company recently settled in Canada to provide its services. For the first time in history, a mining company of Colombian origin got listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange at the end of last year. In short, our relationship with Canada is bottomless and dynamic in every way. I think it is important to tell you how Colombia is emerging from the pandemic and what a post-pandemic Colombia will look like. In 2019, Colombia registered GDP growth close to 4%, 3% inflation rate, and an unemployment rate around 11%. Due to President Duque's government's reforms and investment incentives in 2019, we expected 2020 to be a better year. Unfortunately, the pandemic arrived, and like everyone else, these indicators were drastically affected in 2020. The GDP fell by 7% and unemployment rose above 20% in some months. Faced with this dramatic social situation, the government of President Duque implemented a robust financial support plan for small and medium-sized businesses and the people most economically affected by the pandemic. As was obvious, all this unexpected spending hurt the fiscal situation of the central government, making it necessary to implement a tax reform that initially generated a strong social protest. Those protests affected the entire national economic apparatus, but the government finally managed to get ahead with the support of political and business classes. After that moment, and due vaccination plan being excellently implemented, Colombia began a robust economic recovery, registering 2021 a GDP growth close to 11%, inflation rate less than 6%, and an unemployment level, again, close to 11%. In other words, in absolute terms, the Colombian economy in 2021 returned to the level it had in 2019, one of the best recoveries in the region. We still have financial issues attending. Nonetheless, We expect that in 2022, Colombia will continue to grow its GDP at good pace, driven both by external solid demand for its main export products and by a strong consumption in the domestic market, which recovered faster than expected. Regarding the inflationary problems, the Colombian Central Bank was one of the first to react, and several months ago, it began to raise interest rates to control the increase in prices in time. In summary, the Colombian economic apparatus is very vigorous, and the central government will have to prepare to reduce the additional debt generated by the pandemic. The main reason why Colombia is growing so well is due to the timely economic support provided by President Duque's government to both people and businesses most affected by the pandemic. It made it possible to maintain a large part of its business fabric. To a large extent, it kept the purchasing power of the people. For example, the housing market has recorded impressive figures for construction and sales in this sense. Similarly, large infrastructure projects maintained their pace of development, and these two sectors of the economy, housing and infrastructure, have a considerable impact that spills over into other sectors, generating a lot of employment and household spending. Another critical element is having welcomed nearly 2 million Venezuelans. The Colombian government has been very generous, opening all the spaces so that these people can better integrate into Colombian society. It has also had a positive impact on internal consumption. A third factor has to do with high international coffee prices. Colombia has close to 500,000 families that produce coffee, and this increased purchasing power spills over much of the national territory. A fourth factor is a significant increase in remittances from Colombians living in other parts of the world. It also helped to maintain the purchasing and consumption capacity of Colombians. A fifth factor was the global rebound in the economy, which has caused Colombian exports to grow by more than 30%. In short, I would say these are the main reasons why the Colombian economy has recovered so quickly from the ravages of the pandemic and presents such a positive perspective to grow its GDP more than 6% in 2022. In terms of foreign investment, there are three significant factors for which Colombia is attracting more investors every day. The first is the Colombian government's convincement of the importance of private initiative as a fast and efficient way to spread progress and well-being to all its citizens. There are many incentives already developed to attract foreign investment. A second factor has to do with the size of the Colombian population. Our country is the third most populous in Latin America after Brazil and Mexico, like Spain or South Korea. If you add dynamics of our economy, it makes Colombia a country with great potential. The third is its geographical location. given the new global reality of the supply chain, Colombia, having access to both seas and its proximity to the Panama Canal, becomes a hub to produce and serve both the South American and North American markets. Did you know that the direct flights between Toronto and Bogota have the same 5 hours length as Toronto-Vancouver, but without the time zone difference? It makes Colombia very attractive for many people. Now, returning to the subject of investment incentives, in addition to the previous ones, I could say that since Colombia has signed several free trade agreements with many countries, this facilitates access to those markets for those who settle in Colombia. There are dozens of free zones in Colombia so that whoever wants to be present in our country to serve foreign markets, countries, has a reduction in tax rates, both for income and consumption. Additionally, if you have investments in renewable energies, environmental protection, technology, and creativity, there are additional incentives in lower taxes. Colombia recognizes that it is essential to rely on the private sector to make the energy transition that the world requires today to fight against climate change and enter the value chain of new technologies in our economy. For this reason, its arrival in Colombia is more than welcome. Now, go to our foreign relations in a regional and global context. As it was mentioned at the beginning, Colombia is a firm defender of individual freedoms and rights, democracy, and free trade between nations. We see with great concern not present these principles in some countries in our region. We favor the Organization of American States continuing to make the most significant efforts to ensure all the American countries adjust to these principles. On the other hand, Colombia is part of the Pacific Alliance, together with Mexico, Chile, and Peru. It is the largest free trade market in Latin America, and we are working hard to deepen and expand it. Indeed, Ecuador will be entering this alliance in the coming months. With the United States, Colombia has maintained excellent relations throughout history. Our leading trading partner and a great political ally have always collaborated with Colombia's social and institutional development. Finally, tell you that Colombia is associate member of NATO. It ratifies our position of defender and promoter of individual freedoms and democracy in the concert of nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. Next, we invite the Ambassador of Canada to Colombia, Marianique Tremblay, who will honor us with a greeting on our Colombia Day. Come on in, Ambassador.
Bonjour tout le monde. Buenos dias. Good morning, all of you. Thank you so much to the National Mining Agency of Colombia for welcoming us today and helping us share this great time together. I also want to extend a warm welcome to Canada, my country, to all the Colombians here with us today. And I'm very happy to see familiar faces from companies, investors, people from the private sector that are in the room today. It feels really, really good to be back in person at PDAC, and I hope you feel the same way. It feels like we're finally emerging. I think we've been resilient, and this sector in particular has been resilient. And we want the sector to continue to develop and be a catalyst for other industries in Colombia and in Canada as well. And I know this can happen because of the great collaboration that already exists between our two countries. And my dear friend and colleague, Ambassador Londoño, spoke to you about the success that we've had in this relationship. So this can definitely happen. I also know it can happen because since I arrived in Colombia 8 months ago, I've had the chance to travel across that beautiful country. I went to big cities, I went to small villages, I've met many people. And what I've witnessed there firsthand was the positive contribution of the Canadian mining companies on the ground, working hand in hand with local authorities, with local community leaders, and all sorts of people in those cities, and they did make a huge difference. So our companies are not only committed to do well, but they're committed to do good and to respect Colombia and Colombians. So I'm very proud of our Canadian brand abroad and very proud of the work that our companies are doing. But let me share just a few examples of what we've been doing as the Canadian government to support the sector, working hand in hand with our Colombian colleagues. So, for example, I'll highlight the adoption of the TSM guidelines by the Colombian Mining Association, which makes Colombia the third country in Latin America to have those guidelines. So that's a very important milestone. We also supported the development of Colombia's first mining cadastre. I'm sure you're going to hear a bit more about that later. So that was launched 2 years ago. We also invested in education for employment programs to enhance the competitiveness of the mining sector. And we provided scholarships for Colombian officials to take short courses or postgrados in Canadian universities. But I also want to mention good corporate citizenship, human rights, security, all parts of our priorities on the ground. So we've been promoting actively the voluntary principles of security and human rights initiatives to help companies, the government, the civil society to anticipate and mitigate risks on the ground. And since 2019, we also have an ombudsperson for responsible enterprise. I'm saying ombudsperson because, in fact, it's a woman, which leads me to talk about diversity, inclusion, and gender. So today is Colombia Day. But even more important, today is the International Day for Women in Mining. And I think that we should celebrate this. And I'm very proud, and Canada is very proud, that in 2019, we actually supported the launch of Women in Mining Colombia. And we have a few members in the room today, so I want to salute them. Let you know that those are amazing women, very inspiring. So I want to leave you with this message. we need more opportunities for women in mining. And I hope that you will support this as well. So I'll always have time for you and for all the Canadian companies interested as well to invest in Colombia. And I don't want to stand any longer between you and the real experts that will come after me, talking to you. I think we have a bright agenda for the whole morning. So thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador. Colombia Day is a space created and prepared to present to all of you a mining activity that is projected into the future. Colombia has a great mineral potential and government policies aimed at promoting the development of this industry, which will turn it into an important producer of gold and polymetallics in South America. Currently, Colombia is the 4th largest exporter of gold and ferronickel, and the 6th largest exporter of copper in Latin America. So, based on the potential of the territory and the prospects of national and international demand for metallic minerals, Colombia is focusing its efforts on strengthening the development of projects in these minerals as a part of the diversification policies and to respond to the needs posed by the energy transition process at a global level. So, continuing with the agenda, we invite the President of the National Mining Agency, Mr. Juan Miguel Duran Prieto, who will present an overview of the Colombian mining sector, its main advances and achievements, as well as the strategies that the Colombian Mining Authority is carrying out to promote the development of mining projects in the country. Dr. Duran, please join us. Welcome.
Thank you, Sabrina, and good morning and welcome to Colombia Day, where we have a special theme, Colombia Beyond El Dorado Mining Legend. First of all, I'd like to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Jorge Londoño, Ambassador of Colombia to Canada, Her Excellency Marianique Tremblay, Canadian Ambassador to Colombia, the Secretary of Mines of Antioquia, Jorge Jaramillo, our special guest, Mr. John Price from the Canadian Council for the Americas, Juan Camilo Nariño, President of the Colombian Mining Association, and obviously all the mining companies who will participate in this important event. First of all, I'd like to say that Colombia is a land of opportunities, especially regarding the mining sector. So I'd like to start off with my presentation, where first of all, I'd like to let everyone know a bit of a context of what mining is in Colombia. So, okay. Just so you know, mining represents 24% of exports in Colombia, 11% of foreign direct investment, 1.3% of Colombia's GDP, approximately $586 million in royalties, approximately 179,000 direct employees. And also, Colombia is the second country in Latin America and the Caribbean in the Fraser Institute's Investment Attractiveness, Best Practices, and Mineral Potential Index 2021. Colombia is the third country in Latin America with a mineral resources and reserves standard. It's fourth destiny in Latin America in doing business. It has 26 TSXV companies in 2022. It's member of the OECD since May 2018. We have 19 investment agreements, 16 commerce agreements, and 12 double taxation agreements. Also, Colombia is the first exporter in Latin America in coal and emeralds, and fourth in gold and ferronickel, and sixth in copper. As you can see, we have 7,214 mining titles right now. That represents only 2.83% of the national territory. What I want to say about this important fact is that there's a lot of opportunities in Colombia. Only 2.84% of the territory has titles. And we also have 8,217 applications that are being evaluated. All of these titles pertain to 97.5% of small and medium mining. But I'd also like to mention that regarding production, if we compare 2018 to 2021, you could see that we've incremented production in gold in 54%. We've incremented in silver in 62%. We've increased in platinum 128%. In copper concentrates, increased in 32%. And in iron in 30%. Okay, now when we talk about gold mining, as I mentioned, it's been really interesting, not only the prices, but also the production and all these new projects. We have, you can see some of the biggest projects in gold mining in this map, where we have projects in exploitation and in exploration. In gold, we have approximately 2,062 titles and 3,774 applications being evaluated. This is another important fact, just so you could see the huge opportunities there are in gold. Of these 2,062 titles we have right now in gold, 1,900,000 hectares are in the exploitation phase, and 763,000 hectares are in the exploration phase. But we also have reserved areas with potential in 2,380,000 hectares and promising areas in 3,632,000 hectares. There's a lot to explore. There's a lot to be able to work on in the future in our mining sector in gold and precious metals. Now, going on to copper, we have 1,059 titles right now with 1,600 applications being evaluated. As you can see, from 2019 to 2021, we've increased production in tons, and mostly the titles we have right now are in the exploitation phase, and just a couple are in the exploitation phase, and most are in the exploration phase. And regarding copper, of these 1,059 titles, 533,000 hectares are in exploitation, and only 319,000 are in exploration. But we have a huge potential. Right now in the selection process, which I'll talk to you about later, we have 892 hectares that are in the selection process in the mining round, and we have 2,380,000 hectares as reserved areas with potential, and as promising areas we have 2,600,000 hectares. Now I'd like to show you what we're doing at the Colombian National Mining Agency, which has been very important in order to help all these new strategies have specific results. For example, we've been working on 4 pillars: efficiency, effectiveness, diversifying, and demystifying. When we speak about efficiency, this is a really good news, because historically all the evaluations and the procedures took years. Nowadays, all these procedures are around 35 to 47 days since the submission of the application, passing through the evaluations, and going to the coordination and concurrence with the mayors. But we also speak about effectiveness. It's not only important to be efficient, but also effective. And further on, I'll show you what strategies we've been developing at the Colombian National Mining Agency, where we started to work from the regions, and we started to build an ecosystem, a mining ecosystem with different entities, so we could be more effective with these huge opportunities. Also, we've been working on diversifying, and this is something you'll also see where we've had different strategies, just like the rounds, the mining rounds, and also the business roundtables, where we want to let everyone know all these opportunities in diverse different mining sectors, and have a better mining matrix in Colombia. Not only strategic minerals, but also all kinds of minerals that we have today and that we need to explore and we need to title in order to benefit from all, have all the benefits, not only for the regions, for the countries, but also for the employment and all that minerals offer to technology and all the different sectors in the world. And finally, demystifying. This is something we've been working hand by hand with all the companies. It's really important because we have to inform the communities, we have to inform the entities, national and local entities, so they can know what mining is actually about. Responsible mining, mining that complies with norms and regulations, and this is something that is ongoing. We do it in the different universities, we do it in the different medias, and this is something that we've been working with all the companies that right now are in Colombia. Okay, now going back to what we've been doing these past few years, which helped dynamize the whole industry, I'd like to mention that we work hand by hand with local authorities and communities. As you can see, from 2017 to 2022, in 2017, we started with the coordination and concurrences and public hearings. And as you can see, from these past few years, we've had already 468 municipalities with coordination and concurrence processes. Out of these, 68% were done in these past 4 years, and 25% of these were done in this past year and a half. We've also done 232 public hearings. 88% of these were done in these past 4 years, and 64% were done in this past year and a half. In total, in these last 2 years, we've had 454 new titles in Colombia. This is historic. This had never done before, so this is really exciting because there's new projects in Colombia, small, medium, and big projects, and what we want is for these projects to advance. I'd like to just let you know that out of these 454 projects, 41% of these titles pertain to copper and gold, and 65% of the hectares titled are in copper and gold as well. This is one of the greatest strategies that we've designed in these past 2 years, which, as I mentioned, it's called ANM Activa la Región. And what's the strategy all about? Every 15 days, we go to a different mining region with all of the ANM, but also different entities like the Ministry of Mines. We go with different banks. We go with, obviously, the mayors and governors, but the environmental authorities, which is very important. And what we do there is we work from the different regions, and we help resolve bottlenecks. We inform people about what's mining all about, and this has really been very positive because we've had a close relation with our mining sectors, but also with our communities. We've already had 24 ANM Activa la Región in 19 departments, more than 8,100 registered people, and more than 10,800 interactions. Okay, so just to resume, out of those 454 new titles, 322 were done in 2021, and this year we've had 132 mining titles, and this is practically how they're divided. Out of all these titles, 40% have been in gold and precious metals, 39% in construction materials, 7% in coal, 3% in emeralds, and 2% in copper. This is another exciting strategy we've been working on in these past 2 years, and these are the business roundtables we've been holding. And these business roundtables are very useful in order to let companies that are in Colombia right now exploring or exploiting to get together with possible investors nationally and internationally, but also to get to know what opportunities there are in different markets around the world. So we've had already 14 business roundtables in the past 2 years, where 59 projects located in 17 departments have been presented, with 76 investment companies and mineral buyers, with 28 countries have participated, and we've had 101 one-on-one meetings. And just so you can know, we've had 5 business rounds in gold and metallics. We're going to have 3 additional rounds this year. In coal, we've had already 7 rounds, and we're going to have an additional one in September this year. In emeralds, we've had already 3 business roundtables. And in November, we're going to have the first productive chains business roundtable, which is something also very interesting. Right now, today in Colombia Day, we're going to have our 15th business roundtable, and we hope that most of you will participate. Okay, this is another innovative and very exciting strategy we've developed at the National Mining Agency, and I'd like everyone to know that this strategy is innovative around the world. We're the first country that we managed to migrate or start migrating mining contracts into blockchain. This is a really good message to the world because it brings transparency and traceability. Just to let you know, and this is something that we'd like to have everyone know about the details and how this is working out, because this is going to have a huge impact on mining, not only in Colombia, but all around the world. So the 3 things we'd like to mention is that with blockchain, we're going to manage traceability and transparency. We're going to have digital assets, which are very important for crowdfundings, and they become smart contracts, automated clauses in the contracts. These are like 3 main issues regarding this specific strategy. Okay, now I'd like to talk to you about the strategic mining areas which have evolved into the mining rounds. And this new model, or this new opportunity that arises in Colombia, for the first time we have mining rounds, and this started off last year. But what's important about this? These are areas that are awarded under special exploration and exploitation contracts through an objective selection process. These also generate additional resources for the country and for the regions. They have consolidated scenarios at the social level. They have clear rules and expedited timelines that generate legal certainty. Also, these are instruments that provide competitive contractual conditions to promote the mining activity, and also they contribute to mineral diversification in Colombia. This was our first mining round, our copper route. At the beginning, we launched 6 areas. Out of these 6 areas, 5 have already been awarded. This is a good sign because it was our first mining round in the history of Colombia, and already 5 mining contracts have been awarded in the departments of Guajira and Cesar. Our second mining round was the phosphates route, where it was launched in October of last year with these 4 projects in Boyacá and El Huila. And recently, we've launched our coal round with 2 blocks in the department of El Cesar. People have until the 30th of this month to offer on these 2 areas. And finally, this is our big announcement here in PDAC, is our gold mining round, which we are starting now. And I'd just like to mention something about what mining gold in Colombia is all about. First of all, we're the 4th producer in Latin American gold, 18th in the world. Gold represents 7.6% of Colombian exports, 32.2% of Colombian mining exports, approximately $79 million in royalties, 0.4% of Colombia's GDP, 5% of Latin America's non-ferrous metal exploration budget, 29.4% of Colombia's mining GDP. And these are the blocks, the first blocks. And I'd like to mention that once we initiate on mining rounds, we start off with some areas, some blocks, but these are permanent procedures. Once we open a mining round, what goes along in the future is that we present more and more blocks. So this is an ongoing process. We have block number 16 with 3,458 hectares located in Peque, Antioquia. We have block 17 with 1,991 hectares located in Santa Fe de Antioquia, in Antioquia. We have block 18 with 1,416 hectares located in Santa Fe de Antioquia, in Antioquia. And we have block number 21 with 2,928 hectares located in Peque, Antioquia. These are the initial 4 blocks, and we're very excited because we know that a lot of companies have been waiting for us to launch this new round in gold. But so you know, how do you participate? Well, first of all, you have to qualify. And how do you qualify? We receive all this information via our Ana Minería. It's all virtual, easy to do, and we also have the instructions in our webpage. But so you know, what do we evaluate at the Colombian National Mining Agency in order for you to qualify? We evaluate financial, technical, legal, environmental, and corporate social responsibility capacities. After you qualify, then you can participate. You don't have to participate if you qualify. And obviously, qualifying is free. So this is something that companies, we hope, would do. And this qualification is not only for the gold round, but for all the rounds. This is, in a way, companies can prepare to see if they're interested or not in different mining rounds. And in all these blocks, we're going to keep on letting everyone know in the future. So regarding this mining round, this gold mining round, this is practically how it works. First, you qualify. After you qualify, we have an opening date in order to receive the offers. In this case, it's July 21st, 2022. So what goes on in this process? After companies qualify, then they have the opportunity from this date, from July 21st, to offer. And once we receive the first offer, other companies that have qualified can counteroffer. And then finally, the first company that offers can better the counteroffers. And then finally, we have a block who's been awarded and the signing of the contract. That is obviously something that it's good to prepare for it before. We have a technical information available in a data room where all the information from the Colombian National Survey is for everyone to analyze and to have, you know, all these elements and analyze to see if you're interested or not in one of the blocks or in all of the blocks. So what we want is for Canadian companies, worldwide companies, Colombian companies, to get to know this process, to see these huge opportunities we have in Colombia, and also this is gonna revolutionize mining in Colombia. As I mentioned at the beginning, only 2.84% of the country has mining titles. With these mining rounds, what we want is for mining, sustainable mining, to be fortified in all of our activities and regions in Colombia. So thank you all for participating. We hope that this Colombia Day will bring opportunities. We hope that this will be eventful, and we hope that the team from the A&M, from the ministry who's here, and all of the companies that are here at PDAC, we could also meet up if you require. We're going to be available for questions, available for explanations. We're going to have different scenarios, virtual and scenarios here in PDAC, where you can all get to know what these mining rounds are all about. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Duran, for your very interesting presentation. It is clear that Colombia is strengthening as an investment destination, not only because of its mineral potential, but also because of the implementation of various initiatives aimed at consolidating projects in different minerals and regions of the country. In this context, the mining rounds have emerged as a transparent and innovative mechanism for the awarding of areas, which promotes an optimal use of the mining resource under the best management practices with the communities, but above all, contributing to the sustainable development of the territories. So, at this point, we give way to the first panel of the agenda called Prospects for New Mining Projects in Colombia. In this discussion, we will have the participation of companies that carry out mining projects in Colombia. They will share with us views on their development and perspectives of this industry in the country based on their particular experience. To begin, we invite to the stage Mr. Juan Camilo Nariño, President of the Colombian Mining Association, ACM, and moderator of this panel. We also greet and invite the other members of the panel, Mr. Andrew Gubbles, Senior Vice President, Corporate Development, Aris Gold, Mr. Omar Osma, President, Collective Mining. Please join us on stage. Mr. Mark Mosley Williams, Senior Director, Southern Strategic Business Development, Agnico Eagle Mines. Mr. Dale Craig, VP Operations, B2 Gold, and Country Manager, Gramalote, Colombia. Mr. Nariño, the stage is yours. Here you go.
Bueno, un saludo para todos, especialmente señor embajador. Un gusto saludarlo. Rodrigo, querida embajadora y amiga Mariana, un gusto poder compartir este PDAC juntos acá. Igualmente a nuestro anfitrión, un saludo y una felicitación especial por haber hecho este evento de esta manera, con Miguel, que ha sido distinto a los demás, así que felicitaciones. Igualmente, querido Jorge Jaramillo, secretario de Minas de Antioquia, un saludo. Igualmente para todos ustedes. Well, let me switch to English in order to follow the direction. So let's start with some general questions. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you here also. So let's start with some practical conversation about Colombia and about the investments in Colombia. So let me start with some general questions about the investments in Colombia. And from your point of view, Omar, and from your experience, what are the main reasons to invest and develop businesses in Colombia?
Okay, so maybe a bit of context. Collective Mining is a new found company. We've been less than 2 years in the market, but in the background, we worked in the Continental Gold project in Buritica in the past. So that was a very successful project that managed to get financed, built, and eventually enter into production with Sejin. And the founding partners of Continental Gold eventually returned to Colombia. So collective mining is some sort of a message to other investors that Colombia really has a lot of potential to continue doing business. You did it once, you felt well, and you returned to Colombia. That means just basically that Colombia has all of the conditions to be able to advance and evolve in projects. What are we having now? If we take Juan Miguel's presentation, you see that there is a government that is pushing for the mining sector to be able to advance. They are doing mining titling. If you ask me, I remember a meeting that we had a couple of years ago with the ministry, and the ministry asked us, what do we need in Colombia to be able to advance in additional projects? And the response was basic, is we need mining titles. We had a country that was trying to shift into a better cadastre, a better system. Unfortunately, that stopped a bit the possibility of getting new opportunities, new mining titles. And that's beginning to happen. So we already saw the numbers are amazing. A&M has been doing a very fine job in trying to take most of those applications into mining titles, and that just opens the door for new business. And as new business comes, everybody starts seeing the flow into Colombia, and new business will come. So that's why I started with this comparison about what collective mining and Continental could have brought to the table, and it's, we are returning, we like what we see, the country is safe, there are opportunities, and there's a lot of prospective areas that we can work on.
Thanks, Omar. Mark, please.
Thank you, Juan Camilo. Good morning, everyone. I think, and I was also involved with Continental, so I agree with Omar's part of the story, but I think for a company like Agnico Eagle, this is my second go-around with Agnico, and initially I joined Agnico in Mexico, 2009, it was a long time ago now, and I moved back to Colombia in 2010, and I think, first of all, kudos to the National Mining Agency. Over the past 12 years, I think it has evolved always in the right direction, right? And obviously the support of the Canadian government and the implementation of Ana Minería has been stupendous, and I think we're heading in the right direction. The fact that it's easy to apply for titles. Yes, there is catching up to do, for sure, and we all know that. There's still a lot of applications that are in process, but the fact that for Agnico that has titles in Antioquia, Jorge is there, the Secretary of Mines, to be able to go into his office. I think government officials are extremely open at having the discussion with the mining companies that are there is superb. So, I think that it's the right environment in the sense of communications, getting the work done. If you've got an issue, which you're going to have issues any part in the world, you're able to sit down and resolve them. That's key, with the support, obviously, of the different government officials. But what does Agnico see in Colombia? I mean, other than the obvious, which is the geological potential, it's, I've said this I've been saying this for 10 years now. Colombia is still one of those last countries out there that has tremendous geological potential, not only in gold, but in many, many other different metals. So that's probably the big attraction, of course. But then for a company like Agnico, we're now, whatever it is, worth $30 billion. We're the third largest gold mining company by market cap. To be able to say comfortably, we're going to venture, even if it's an exploration stage, into a country like Colombia, we do need to see, stability. We need to see, political stability, economic stability, appropriate manpower. And so it does tick all of the boxes. It's perhaps a little bit, for Agnico Eagle, it's a little bit different. It's not perhaps our traditional jurisdictions, but how do we do it? We do it boots on the ground experience. We have strong partners in Colombia. We have investments in junior mining companies in Colombia. We have an earn-in with one of with a junior that's also in Colombia, Oro Sur, who the chairman is here today with us. And also we have a good partner, right? So we've partnered with Newmont. So we have a joint venture in Colombia, and that, to the market is a way to say, look, we're mitigating and sharing the risk, whether it's political risk or economic risk. So I think that Colombia has done a tremendous job over the last 12 years that I've been back. I am Colombian, by the way. So over the last 12 years, it has done a terrific job to attract that foreign investment. I hope it continues down that path. Yes, there is a little bit of political uncertainty today. That should be clarified fairly soon. But regardless, I think that regardless of who wins in the political election on Sunday, mining will continue to evolve. Mining is absolutely key, a key component to the decarbonization of our energy, of the energy grid, and copper will be critical. All of the other, nickel, cobalt. Obviously gold, although it's not so much related to the decarbonization, it's still a key element in investments and secure investments. So I think mining will continue over time, and we need to do it well. I think that that's part of our job as Canadian mining companies or foreign mining companies in the country, is to demonstrate that you can do mining well and that it's perfectly aligned with environmental responsibility, social responsibility, the whole ESG thing is absolutely critical, and that's what we need to demonstrate and convince people that that's why we're so important, that we will be a part of this process. So, Agnico is very happy. We've now been there for 3 years or so. We have we're actually operating an exploration program, and we're very pleased. We're pleased with the results, and we hope to continue to be investing in Colombia for many years to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Andrew, please.
Yeah, thank you. Like Omar, I'll provide a bit of background as well. Some folks might not know of Aris Gold, relatively new to the country. Aris Gold was really founded in mid-2000 and got into Colombia through an investment in Caldas Gold in early 2021. So the group that founded Aris Gold is a reputable group of mining executives who have built globally relevant mine companies in the past. Our CEO and management team have built companies in West Africa, more recently with Leia Gold in Brazil and Mexico. Our chairman, Ian Telfer, was the outgoing chairman of Gold Corp. We have a lot of experience through a number of jurisdictions and through Latin America. When we went as a company, when we were a private group looking for a place to invest and a place to start, we saw a lot of opportunity in Latin America, and we saw Colombia very quickly as a place where we could build a business and start building a business. I think that was for a number of reasons. First off, and it's mentioned before, the geological potential is huge. I mean, we've been able to, through our first investment and second investment, accumulate and operate, close to 20 million ounces of resource within our company in terms of what we're in charge of operating. We do see a lot of opportunity in Colombia as well with our Marmato investment. With Marmato, we do see a great opportunity to take a mine that has been operating for a number of years and apply our experience and knowledge of operating mines around the world to modernize the operations, to improve safety, sustainability, and also expand these operations. I know Continental Gold did a great job with Buritica in terms of bringing bulk mining into the country in a more meaningful way. The expansion of Marmato will be the second big bulk mining operation. I really see that as the future. Once the country has experience in operating these types of mines, we see a lot of potential in exploiting good quality resource in a sustainable way with modern, experienced international mining companies leading the charge. And we are very much qualified and very excited to be doing that in Colombia. So, I mean, we like Colombia so much, we went back and we acquired an operating stake in the Soto Norte project, which we see as a complete world-class project that is very sustainably designed and will be, in our minds, the real future of hard rock mining in Colombia. So we're very excited to go back into Colombia with second investment and keep on building out our platform there.
Thank you. Del, please.
Thank you, Juan Camilo. Bienvenido todos. And I'd particularly like to thank A&M for their sponsorship and support here. And I'm particularly delighted for the choice of graphics. This is the B2 Gold logo and colors, and we're definitely coordinated very much like that. So I'm from B2 Gold. It's a 1 million ounce a year producer. We have 3 operations throughout the world. Where we look for opportunities is not limited geographically. So what do we look for? We look for a deposit of sufficient size, mineability, and metallurgy to make it an interesting opportunity. We look for the potential to achieve an EIA and operate within the country. We look for environmental regulations and responsibility associated with that makes it a correct environment to work for. We understand and we look for community support or acceptance, because without that fundamental building block in the process, that project is not going to advance. And finally, we look for safety for our workers. So in reverse order, more or less, I'll talk to those. And we're familiar and comfortable with working in Colombia. We started here. Gramalote, Colombia is a 3 million ounce, potentially totally 3 million ounce producer. And the key for us is that we're comfortable here. We've operated in Chile, we've operated in Nicaragua, we've operated in a number of roads less traveled than Colombia, so we're really happy to be there and operating in Colombia on this project. So the comfort level is there. We know that there's an EIA, we have an EIA, and we have a PTO, that's the mining plan. So it's demonstrable that that can be achieved, and we also know that there's a path forward to modify that EIA, which we believe will be necessary as we advance this project. Infrastructure is great. There aren't too many projects that I know of that have a 4-lane highway to within 30 kilometers of the mine, and at the end of that, a 4-kilometer tunnel. So we're really impressed by the infrastructure, access to Medellin, and also port access to the far side for bringing in goods. So the infrastructure there really works for us. For us also, it serves as geographic diversity. 60% of our mineral production, our gold production, comes from Mali, and 80% comes from Africa. We have another operation in the Philippines, so it serves well for us to be diversified and into South America. We believe there are more opportunities here in Colombia and more opportunities for development in South America as well. Finally, 2 points. Typically in the operating manner for B2 Gold, we look to promote the people who are within the country. So in this operation, for example, we have 2 Canadians, myself and Steve Jensen, who's manager for South America for exploration. So we really focus on development and capacities of Colombia, and we're really happy to find the skill levels that we've encountered in Colombia really helps. At current Gramalote Colombia, the company itself is about 112 people. Our workforce, while we're in project mode now, totals over 700. Finally, Jorge Jaramillo, gracias. We have a mine-friendly environment in Antioquia. We have great access at the national level to resolve issues. And when we've knocked on doors, those doors have opened, and the mining agencies have been responsive in working with us.
Thank you, Dale. Talking about the investments in Colombia, how can we improve the new investments, particularly in mining projects? What we have to do in order to attract more investment?
Well, as I was saying in the first intervention, I think conditions are all set for investment to come. We need people to understand that Colombia has de-risked massively the initiation of even greenfield projects. We have safety, we have robust democracy, we have a very good institution administering the sector. There are things that can be improved. We need just basically these types of scenarios in which people manage to see that there are tons of projects in Colombia. There's tons of areas in which the people could start working. One sometimes dabble, when we started Collective, if you want to know, our biggest challenge in Collective was just trying to get a bank account. That was the biggest challenge. If it wasn't the communities, we knew how to work around that. It wasn't the environmental requirements. It wasn't the fact of the mining titles, because we also found tons of ways of interacting with people that already had mining titles. But that was the most challenging part, and it's not mining related. It's just basically a standard situation. Any type of industry needs a bank account, and then you come to see it, and it's not really the bank account that is the difficult part. It's just being able to channel through the investment. Maybe there should be a bit of structuring around the possibility to have the government back the mining industry and making the finance sector comfortable with the fact that the investments that are coming to Colombia are good investments, they're needed investments, and that we need a more agile finance system. Other than that, all the conditions in Colombia are set for developing grassroots, and that's principally what collective mining is. It's 1.5 years of work, already very advanced, full drilling, and all conditions available.
Thanks. Mark, please.
It was interesting because when we opened up our subsidiary, our Agnico subsidiary, and the joint venture company, I called our treasury and finance department, and I said, "Look, guys, be prepared because it's going to take forever to open bank accounts." And obviously we're a big client of Scotiabank here in Canada, so we were able to influence Scotiabank through Colpatria, and we were able to get bank accounts in a month. But I think that was a bit special, right? It usually takes an extremely long time. So I agree with Omar, the whole, opening accounts and having the banks comfortable with, because they don't understand the business, right? So they're like, how are you bringing millions of dollars into a country, and what are you doing with it? And you're not producing anything? Please explain, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's part of the process. I think that's part of our job also as mining companies is to explain the business, and it is to show what we're doing and how we're doing it, and how important that investment is in the country. I think, from a high level, and I think we're heading in that direction, and I've seen that again over the last decade. But the famous ventanilla única, I think that's something that we need to continue. We need to continue to push. It's still perhaps a little awkward where you have to, for certain discussions, you talk to the National Mining Agency or the Secretaría de Minas. Other things you've got to talk to ANLA. For other things you've got to talk to the local environmental agency. So yeah, I think there's work that still needs to be done. But again, I think over the last decade you've seen positive evolution. The government does listen, and we have been moving forward in a lot of these things. The granting of the new titles, as Juan Miguel was explaining to us, we have this whole, coordinación en concurrencia, or coordination and concurrence. These are things that will make life easier. But yes, there are areas that still, that still hasn't happened. So that's something that we need to push. We're obviously, in our particular case, we're discussing with Jorge and getting all of the support we need at the Secretary of Mines to do the public audiences for for new titles. And that's a bit of a challenge sometimes, to ensure that, that the mayors are on board, that we've gone through the coordinación en concurrencia, that we've ticked those boxes, and that we do our homework as a mining company with the communities, so when those public audiences do happen, everybody is aware of what sort of mining activity is going to take place in the territory. So, but generally speaking, I think everything is set in Colombia to make investments, to make successful investments, and then obviously it is up to the companies to go into the territory and do the work in the right way with proper ESG. And one of the things that one of the challenges I think that we have as an industry is not to be as quiet. I think for many years the industry was wanted to go. In Spanish, we say pasar desapercibido, under the radar, very quiet. I think those days are sort of over. I mean, you've got to go, with your face up high and demonstrate the type of activities that you're going to be doing. What is the attitude of the company in the territory? And even we've been operating for literally 6 months as operators, and over those 6 months, it's engaging the community, engaging the government. And if you do that, you do it well, I think you can be very successful. But yeah, that would be my opinion.
Thank you, Andrew, please.
Thanks. To build on what's been said already, Mark mentioned recently, I think to attract greater flow of investment in Colombia, the mining sector, I think promoting the success stories is important as well. Not only exploration success and junior mining success, but also some of the success stories through the spectrum of some of the mid-cap miners and also some of the larger miners in the country. I think it gives comfort when external investors are looking at the country that there are a broad suite of companies that have successfully operated there and are able to continue to operate there and get permits for expansions and to keep on building their business. I mean, a great analog comparable, which gave us some success, is what Continental Gold did with Buritica. But also, you know, you look at a company like Grand Columbia Mine or GCM Mining in Segovia, they've done a great job at improving that mine, investing in social programs, as well as integrating the artisan and small-scale miners. There's a number of success stories that I don't think are maybe as well known. And when we looked at those as case studies and tried to assess some of our risks, we saw a path forward in what others had done, and also with others who are, you know, known to our company, who may be Canadian-based companies or other operators that we are very well connected with, that we can speak to. And I think that also transcends beyond gold. You know, BHP started operated a nickel mine for a long time. South 32 is doing it. I do think this can transcend gold into other commodities, but I think the more diverse group of operating companies that have success and promoting that broadly, I think will get others interested and able to say, yeah, no, we can do it too. And I think that was important for us in investing in the country.
Thank you. Dave, please.
Thank you. Well, we look at this as a process of development. B2 Gold explores, develops, and operates all its own mines. And we see that process from reconnoiter to exploration to identification of potential development, permit, build, and operate. We see that as a sequence. So anything in that chain of events that can be smoothed out and facilitated works better for us. But really, I think the question is directed to the front end of that. And when we talk about exploration in Colombia, we see improvements on the geologic database within the country. It needed work, and we're getting there. We see the interesting initiative on strategic mining areas that was presented this morning. And that is a great opportunity, but mostly for larger players. What works for us in many venues, and a good example is Finland, is partnering with juniors. The juniors are efficient and effective in identifying opportunities within a country. They're not necessarily the group that you would want to develop the mine, but we often partner with these groups. And anything that would promote and invigorate the activity of exploration groups, juniors in the country, would be of benefit. Also, the positive messaging helps. Juan Camilo broadcasting the effects or the impacts of mining within Colombia, $2.2 billion generated last year in regalias, royalties, and income tax. Those sort of messages serve to underpin the understanding in Colombia that mining is part of a diversified economy. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's talk about investors, sustainability, and social issues in Colombia. In your conversation with the investors, what do you think are the most important issues in terms of sustainability? I don't know, the TSM implementation, the standards that we're implementing, water management, the circular economy. What do you think? And the conversations are more focused on what?
I think that I'm going to retake something that Mark said right now over the under the radar. We were very accustomed. All of these companies are very well prepared to handle ESG matters. We are trained into interacting with the communities. We are trained into respecting environmental law and respecting environmental standards. We understand the communities are not well aware of what we do and how we impact. The issue is that we know how to do that, but we were working under the radar. So the challenge right now for companies is ESG became a forefront as exploration. We are exploration companies, so in principle we dedicate our business to drill, to look at the land, to look at the rocks, but we weren't trained into understanding that when we do that, we need to advance in parallel with an ESG team. So now we're seeing companies work on this. I remember a long time ago, I went to an event in Peru in which we were discussing why companies always first tried to advance with drilling and did not invest a lot into ESG, because they were concerned that if you advance too much in both ways, you would be depleting your resources without knowing if you were going to have something. So now you have to be more keen in being able to identify prospective areas. That means that you should be trying to arrive into some certainty, de-risking on the geological side, because you're going to need to advance in equal with your ESG approach. Your ESG approach should be open. We should not be ashamed of the fact that we do an activity that it's usually frowned upon, so we just be open. We need to have an open communication with all the levels of government. Local governments have become a very important part of opening doors and being able to advance into the projects, and understand that you're gonna have to invest in parallel in ESG initiatives. Don't wait until you understand if geologically you want what you have, because in principle you're gonna be stopped possibly in your drilling activities, and you're gonna lose far more understanding that you already have something very prospective, but you failed to advance with your ESG approach, and it may be too late. So for us, at least in Collective, our ESG model is more at the forefront is the ESG approach, and once we have the communities well informed that they understand what we're going to start to do, we go on the ground. We do not go on the ground without people understanding that we are there. So we've eliminated the under-the-radar approach, as Mark had conveyed, and I think that that's the starting point for that. As of that, it will depend on the region. Water usually is an issue in most of the regions, but not necessarily. There are other regions that have tons of different difficulties, so you just have to come and understand, and from there you can organize your ESG approach.
Thank you. Mark, please.
I think water, for sure, is one of those, and I'm just not necessarily applying it to a project in specific, but generally speaking, you know, we've seen it, we've heard it, you know, water versus mining. Do you want water? Do you want mining? Water versus gold. You know, that discussion is I think still ongoing. Obviously, as Omar is saying, you know, countries like Chile, it becomes a lot more complex. So depending, you know, you go to northwestern Sonora, or northwestern Mexico, where it's, you know, desert and water's an issue. We operate a mine, La India, in Sonora, which struggles with water. So I think, and with obviously the whole climate change situation, the water issue is gonna get worse. I think that's a reality, and that's something that as a company we need to be very well aware of, understand, as Omar says, the local issues and the local challenges, and tackle them very early on. I think tailings is another one. The whole tailings, you know, the failure that happened in Brazil. Mount Poly in Canada. I mean, we've had a series of failures in tailings facilities that has opened the industry's eyes on tailings management. So now again, there's a lot of pressure to move towards filtered tails. A lot of the newer projects, that's what they're doing. It's not necessarily the only solution. Again, very dependent on the topography and the location and rainfall, et cetera. But I think those are from a TSM from an ESG standpoint, those are things that we're going to have to continue to focus on. And many times the answer is not economic, right? It's not, oh, you know, it's cheaper too. No, that's no longer going to be, you know, possible. It's going to be what is best for this project in particular, and for the, you know, geographical climate conditions of the project. So I think that's where mining needs to, or we are in that process, I think, of elevating our standards. Many of these decisions are no longer economic decisions. They are, you know, what is the best solution for this particular issue. I think, and Omar touched it, you know, on the governance side, it's also working very closely hand in hand with local governments. It's helping. I mean, one of the things that we've encountered in the past, like for example in Colombia, you know, local governments, local municipalities can access funds for projects, for royalties, but if they don't have the team to create the project and present the project to, you know, to the authorities to obtain those funds, it's like, I know the money's there, but I don't have access to the money. So I think that that's where, the companies that operate in territory have to work with those local municipalities and help them in that process of, look, you can get funds, you can have access to other projects. I know with the Secretaría de Minas in Antioquia and the different secretarías, we've been able to access funding from other parts of the government to help local communities. So those are the things that I think will make a big difference and obviously engaging. Personally, I think that the ACM, the Colombian Mining Association, decision to adopt TSM was critical. We're part also of the Canadian Mining Association, and we conform with TSM standards, and I think that that's going to give a lot more not so much transparency, not the right word, but it's going to show that we're going to international standards. That's key, right? Because a lot of people, many of the comments that we get, it's like, well, what standard are you going to? Is the international standard a better standard than the local standard? So as companies that are members of the ACM in Colombia start moving towards, implementing TSM, that question will go away, and that will be a process, obviously. But I think that was very, very good for ACM to adopt TSM. So a lot of challenges, but I think again, on the ESG side, everything's going to revolve around ESG. You can have the best asset in the world, you don't do ESG properly, it's not, you're not going to extract those resources. So it is critical, and I think a lot of the companies, at least everybody that's here on this panel, recognizes the importance of ESG. And as Omar was saying, early investment in ESG is fundamental.
Andrew, please.
Thanks. So I'll give all very good points, all very relevant, agree with it completely. I'll give a slightly different perspective, given that we are currently operating a mine in Colombia, and some of the questions we get with respect to sustainability is interaction and coexistence with artisan and small-scale miners, which is something we deal with at Marmato, and certainly a part of Soto Norte as well. So I think with respect, that is a topic and something that is known as being prevalent across numerous areas of Colombia, and I think what we want to do is to work hand in hand with some of these folks and ensure that there is a strong relationship and show that international mining companies can operate side by side with some of these folks. And quite frankly, we have had a good relationship to date since being managing the mine at Marmato. But it includes things like investing in programs that can benefit some of the artisan miners. If it's health and safety training, if it's Marmato in particular, we have a team that's able to help in emergency situations and help with educating some of these folks in terms of what to do in certain circumstances in situations where there is assistance needed. But also with respect to social investment dollars, spending some of that social investment in areas that benefit ourselves, the community, but also the artisan mining community in terms of, roads that provide equal access that reduces the risk of subsidence in areas, or other investment in water treatment initiatives whereby, we're cleaning up, if we're fully following our regulations in terms of emissions, we provide a solution whereby we're able to provide clean water treatment for some of the emissions from artisan miners. So we're looking at all sorts of different ways to work hand in hand with some of our community as well as our neighboring artisan miners. And I do think that is important for operators in certain areas of Colombia. I think some of the other points were already mentioned. Another area where we do get some questions, and I think it's generally important across the board in all jurisdictions, is carbon emissions is becoming a bigger thing. And from a Colombian standpoint, I do think the eventual transition from larger open pit hydrocarbon mining, thermal coal mining into maybe some of the more hard rock mining, especially underground mines, that is less carbon intensive, less of a carbon footprint, I think will be a benefit in the long term, especially if you've got an operation that's connected into an electricity grid that has hydroelectric power in certain areas. So I do think that you can promote a more cleaner, reduced carbon footprint with some of these new modern mining projects. And also, I mean, a benefit of being a gold producer from a TCFD perspective, the scope 3 emissions for gold is relatively de minimis, given that gold isn't used for industrial purposes a lot of the time. So, when you cut it down into what the actual impact is of certain industries, I do think the transition, there's a good opportunity to transition from larger open pit mines that might rely on, say, diesel or coal power into these underground hard rock operations. You do have an advantage in terms of promoting more carbon, reduced carbon footprint mining operations.
Dale.
Thanks. So I'll give a brief summary of where B2Gold sits, and then I get to do the engineering talk with you for a couple of minutes. For us, and what we would say to an investor or a stakeholder who's interested in our sustainability, is you really need to understand the company, its values, and its focus on where its activities will occur. So from our side, as a business model, we look at development through the eyes of responsible mining. We know that when we come to the table or come to the community to work, we do that with our values in mind: fairness, respect, accountability, and transparency. ESG is part of the way we operate because of our birth through working in Nicaragua, where resources were very scarce for the communities. That came fairly naturally to B2Gold. So know the company and know their focus. So now comes the engineering talk. So what we did was we look at our stakeholders and we look at our own priorities and we map those. So on the y-axis, increasing importance for stakeholders. On the x-axis, increasing importance for B2Gold. And out of that, in the top corner of that graph, come the priorities that make it clear to our stakeholders where our focus is. So and those focuses don't serve to diminish the other activities, the hundreds of activities that are priorities to us: climate change, implementing solar plants in our mines, those sort of activities. But unsurprisingly, at the very top of the hierarchy, economic performance. No economic performance, it's game over, right? So adjacent to that activity or that focus, community, resettlement, occupational health and safety, water, tailings. So to a sustainable, an investor who's focused on sustainability or a stakeholder, I would say, if that's the focus that you like, that's the focus that is appropriate to look to B2Gold for investment. Thanks.
Thank you. A short final message for those who are start to thinking in Colombia. Omar, please.
I think pass from thinking to materializing. Go to Colombia. All conditions are set right now to do business. We are an example of fast development and fast entry into developed greenfield projects, so it is possible. We are seeing, as Andrew said, let's talk about the nice stories, the success stories. Continental Gold's Buriticá project is the epitome of being able to do all the phases of the project. Let's say B2Gold's project is licensed and now they're working into construction and putting into production. Continental already managed to do that. So in Colombia, it had been long ago since we saw a project going from 0 to 100, and now we have one. So there is President, it is possible. It's not easy. It's not easy doing any business, but Colombia is showing to the world that it is a very good country to do business in. So I just basically invite you guys to pass from thinking to doing and investing.
Good. Thank you. Mark.
I think my message would be, don't be blinded by perception. There's still a lot of people out there that you talk about Colombia and they have this imagination, oh my God, that's like super scary, they're gonna kidnap, I'm gonna get robbed, and that's a reality. I mean, I see it here all the time when I come to Toronto or when I come to Canada. And as obviously we, our project evolves and we have visitors, they actually come to me and they're like, oh, this is completely unexpected. This is like wonderful. It's a beautiful country, the people are super nice, and we really like it here. When can I come back? so especially in like January, right? when it's really cold. So I think that, don't be blinded by that perception. I think Colombia has evolved dramatically. It's a great place to invest. It's a great country. The people are super nice. They're very, very professional people to work with. So yeah, as Omar says, stop, put that perception aside. Go to Cartagena for a few days for a holiday. Drop by Medellin. Go to Bogota. The Gold Museum in Bogota is one of the most stunning museums in the world, and I'm sure your perception will change. So yeah, come join us.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks. I'll add to what was said before. Why Colombia? Look, we really think it's the next sort of great Andean frontier for mining. It has strong and established institutions and rule of law. You have international companies who are very active there in the mining sector. You've seen some success stories. You have to promote more of those success stories. But there is a real, as I mentioned before, there is a real opportunity, I feel, in Colombia to position the country and the mining sector from a very successful legacy sector in thermal coal, open pit mining, to these unbelievable resources that can be sustainably and environmentally friendly mined by responsible international mining companies to really continue the impact that mining has on the economy and GDP, et cetera, and exports by harnessing, permitting, approving these projects and promoting to the world that Colombia is that next country to be a leader in that regard. Certainly the quality of resource that we have accumulated and plan to develop, as well as some of the other resources out there, do underpin what can be an unbelievable, strong, hard rock mining sector in copper and gold. And I don't think the rest of the investor community and world really understand that in such a clear way. Once you start seeing these projects being built, delivered, and developed, I think that is going to change things meaningfully. And it's a matter of getting those moving forward and showing that success so that you've got these stories where people can say, yeah, no, we want to be there, we're going to invest in Colombia as well.
Please, Dale.
Thank you. I get a few minutes to prepare my answer. That's actually working out pretty nice. Yeah, for Colombia, responsible miners welcome. We've talked about the positives for the country, and we believe it's an opportunity. We believe this is a start. We're just working through the tail end of our optimized feasibility study now, so we're not quite yet ready to make the decision and advance our construction, but we're getting there. We like the venue. As I said, we're comfortable. It's in South America. Great facilities. Antioquia is a center for innovation. There are people there who know how to get the job done and how to develop solutions to assist as we move forward. So that works very positively for us. I'd also like to comment on the participation of government agencies, and that includes training agencies such as SENA. They're ready to participate in community investment, and that really works well for us because we don't want to be seen and we don't want to be the check writer. We want to be a participant in a process that provides development and opportunity for the community. And that's the kind of environment that exists in Colombia. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Join me, please, with... Thanks.
Many, many thanks to Mr. Nariño and our panelists. What an amazing discussion that sets Colombia in the focus of investors and allows showing the impact of mining in the regions and the country in general. All right, so we continue our agenda with a very special guest, Mr. John Price, General Director of America's Market Intelligence, LLC at AMI, and advisor to the Canadian Council for the Americas, CCA. He will address the most outstanding aspects of the great economic and commercial relationship that unites Canada and Colombia, in which the mining sector is the main protagonist, with his lecture, Mining in Colombia, a Canadian Perspective. Mr. Price has 30 years of experience in Latin American market intelligence. His teams have led more than 3,500 risk consulting and market intelligence projects throughout the region. In 2011, John established a mining practice within AMI that has served large, junior, and financial mining companies in their efforts to understand and navigate operational and investment risks. John speaks at nearly 30 conferences per year, advising business audiences on opportunities and risks in Latin America. He currently has a column in Latin Trade magazine and has written hundreds of articles. Mr. Price, welcome, and please join us on stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I want to send a special thanks to so many Colombian friends that I see here. I've spent the last 25 years visiting Colombia and working in that part of the world. I've personally led over 50 projects and overseen about 250 projects in Colombia in that period of time. And in the mining space, I've been very fortunate to study Colombia along with other jurisdictions in Latin America and get a sense of where Colombia stands, its strengths, its weaknesses, and its development of the mining sector. I echo a lot of what was said on stage. There was a lot of rich insight that you just heard from some of the leading investors in the country, and I hope you were able to absorb that because there was a lot that was interesting that was said. I've been invited by the Colombian government and by the association to talk about Canadian mining investment history in Colombia. But those of you who know me know that I'm a straight shooter and I'm going to give a balanced view on things. And I think you got quite a balanced view on things in that previous panel, so some of these things are going to be echoed. Most of what I'm going to share with you is from discussions that I've had with miners. I am not a miner myself, but I've interviewed hundreds of miners. I've dealt with them as clients, I've dealt with them as peers, I've dealt with them as sources of information, and I've gotten their unfiltered views on Colombia versus other parts of Latin America in particular. If you speak to geologists, they are terribly excited about Colombia. Colombia to them is no less rich than Peru or Chile, and in fact is so abundant with resources, particularly gold and copper, that at this point less than 3% of the country has been concessioned for mining. Now that sounds like a lot of land, but that's less than, or Peru's figure is more than 10 times that. So Colombia is only just beginning from a geological point of view to understand the full richness of all its deposits. And if you listen to what the investors just told you, They've put a stake in the ground in Colombia, but they see so much more potential for growth. And that message is echoed every time you speak to someone who operates in Colombia. Junior miners in particular have flocked to Colombia. There are 30 TSX-listed mining companies operating or exploring in Colombia today. That's more than Chile. Most of those are Canadian companies. And in fact, today, the largest Canadian mine under development, if I'm not mistaken, Dale, is Gramalote, where a projected $900 million will be invested in that project if it goes through to its full course. It is a project led by Beta Gold in partnership with AngloGold Ashanti. In fact, there are over 3 billion Canadian dollars of already sunk investments in Colombia by Canadian mining concerns. So although that is far less than Peru or Chile, it is nonetheless a large stamp of approval from a wide breadth of companies who've looked at this country and compared it with others and decided to move forward in Colombia. Now, a lot of recognition has to go out to the Duque administration. This is a president who has not been popular the last couple of years in Colombia, but for miners, he's been a godsend in many ways. First of all, I think he corrected what was a miscalculation, a political miscalculation, when royalties were redistributed to be more diluted across the country, thereby treating mining municipalities and departments equal to any other in the country with the investment of royalties. He brought it back to something much closer to what it was before, something much more beneficial to local communities and departments that support mining. He also, his administration, particularly kudos has to go to the Ministry of Mines in accelerating the process of approval of permits that went from 2 years to 24 months to 2 months. And that process of streamlining and accelerating permit really, I think, was echoed in some of the conversations here today. Operators will tell you about the work ethic and flexibility of Colombian workers. And I know we're getting into intangibles here, but for someone who has worked across the region for 30 years now and has worked with people from every nationality in the region, I can attest to the fact that Colombians work harder and smarter than almost any other nationality in Latin America. And by smarter, I mean they will stand up and they will question an instruction if they feel it is wrong. But nonetheless, they will work. I won't forget my first time I gave a talk. I was invited by the Colombian government after doing a study of Colombia-US free trade. And I was invited to give a talk in Bogota. And I was told it started at 7 a.m. And by the time I got there, about 5 minutes to 7, there was 600 people that had already been registered and sitting in their seats. Now in Mexico, you couldn't start an event like that until 10 o'clock in the morning. So that's just an anecdotal example of what I'm talking about. Another thing that's intangible that I think is incredibly important is Colombians are known for being cumplidos. And by that I mean fulfilling their word. And again, how do you measure something like that? But I think that character in Colombians is what underpins the rule of law. Every country in Latin America has a great set of law in the books. But how those laws are upheld comes down to national character. And Colombia is known as the country that never defaulted on its debt and that continues to uphold the rule of law even as governments transition. That's incredibly important for a long-term capital exposed industry like mining. Now, I also want to, and I want to point out that, and I think it's been mentioned, Colombia, if you look at the different institutions that rank countries in terms of how they uphold law, the ability to defend yourself, your contract in the courts, they continue to rank some of the highest in Latin America. So again, I may have provided more of a personality-driven explanation of things, but the proof is in the pudding in those measurements. Now, I'm not here to promote Colombia, believe it or not. I'll leave that to the government and the associations. So I want to spend a few minutes discussing some of the challenges that investors find in Colombia, to give you an honest appraisal of things. And I think that those challenges provide lessons that we all learn from and will help us make better investment decisions and better operating decisions when we invest in Colombia. Now, I'm going to very selfishly just point out that some of these challenges, along with challenges found or risks found across mining jurisdictions in 16 countries in Latin America, is something that we've just published in a mining risk index report that I encourage you to download from our website, or I'm happy to hand out copies later. I want to talk about three things, and none of these are unique to Colombia, in the sense that probably half the world's mining jurisdictions share many of these challenges. But you need to be aware of these challenges, and you need to take the proper measures to mitigate these risks. First of all, for anyone who's traveled across Colombia, you know just how diverse it is. In fact, I would garner to say that with the exception of maybe Brazil, there is no country in Latin America that is diverse in terms of its cultures, its geography, its economic hubs, in terms of decentralized economic power, as you have in Colombia. The reality is, at the same time, the juxtaposition of that is that Colombia is a very centralized legal and regulatory structure, which all roads lead to Bogota in many ways. And certainly, if you are pursuing permits, licensing, if you are worried about how to defend your project legally, you're going to be doing it in Bogota. But with a decentralized population, decentralized economic power, there is decentralized political power. And the fact is that any project support has to be built locally first, regionally next in the departments, and then finally at a national level, not the other way around. And that's important because there are regions in Colombia that are so proudly independent. If there's any paisas in the room, you know what I'm talking about. That if you don't have support in Antioquia, then it doesn't matter how much support you have in Bogota, your project's not going anywhere. Now, I'll give you a couple of great examples. Continental Gold did it right. They built very strong relationships, not only with the government in Medellin, but also with the powerful businesses that are the basis of much of the political strength of Antioquia at the national level. And those relationships and the strength of that, and the fact that they had so many paisas in their management team, was instrumental in helping that company when they had challenges along the way, and was instrumental in really development of that project. By contrast, and I mean no offense to this company, but I know them well, Anglo Gold Ashanti, with its Quebradona project, set up their head office in Bogota. They happened to build a mine where many of those powerful business people have their weekend fincas, which was problematic. But then they did not reach out sufficiently to those power brokers in Medellin. And without that power support, even though they've been incredibly well supported in Bogota, without that power support in Antioquia, the project has had its problems. So those are just two examples. Another issue I want to talk about, and it was talked about quite thoroughly in the previous panel, and that is the area of artisanal miners. Some call them informal miners, artisanal, illegal to some, however you want to call them. There is a long tradition of small-scale mining, particularly in gold in Colombia, much of which is near the surface in alluvial mining deposits. The fact is that these people have been mining these areas for hundreds of years, supporting families, supporting communities. Now, when they take their gold to processors, and we took a very close look at the processing of gold in Colombia, and saw that, first of all, it's very small scale, and a lot of it is run, if not on the face, behind the surface, by some very illicit groups who pay terrible prices to these illegal miners, these informal miners, 30, 40% discounts from market prices. But they have a stranglehold over these informal miners. When a large industrial mine comes along and plans to put itself there, that's a direct threat to those processors. And by extension, it's a potential threat to the informal miners, unless you provide an environment that allows those informal miners to continue mining and that you process gold for them and you pay them much closer to market prices. And that's what B2Gold has done, and that's what other miners have done very successfully. And that is the key to luring those people on from the dark into the light, from the informal mining, working with illicit processors, into formalizing their operations and working with you and not working against you. And there are other miners who have failed to recognize that at first, took much more of a legal and compliance point of view and said, these guys are illegal, they're associated with bad people, we don't want anything to do with them, we're not going to let them mine on our property, or they have to mine a certain way. By taking away their independence and leaving them so few choices, they tended to ostracize them and turn them into opponents of their project. So again, if you are mining for gold, there's a good chance you are going to be in the vicinity of these informal miners, and you need to create an environment in which they can work alongside you. Thirdly, I think it's also being somewhat alluded to. Again, this is from the perspective of miners who operate across multiple jurisdictions in Latin America. I think it is fair to say that Colombians, and I don't mean Colombians in this room, and I don't mean Colombians in the mining industry, I'm talking about Colombians as a whole, are still learning to appreciate mining. Now, I say that because if you contrast, the sort of the diametric opposite is Guyana. In Guyana, literally 50% of Guyanans, at some point in their youth, went off to the bush as pork knockers, now an outdated term, and mined for gold. And if they moved up in their social economic strata at all, it was because of mining. There is a commonplace understanding of mining that runs from the poorest families all the way up to the political class in Guyana. In Colombia, that is not the case. There are communities in Antioquia, in other mining communities, where it is the case, but by and large, probably 80% of Colombian voters live in cities. They've never been to a mine, they don't understand mining, and most of what they hear about mining is not good news. Mining is, particularly gold mining, at 60% in illegal hands, and that's a number that's coming down but used to be much higher, is associated with illicit business, and it's associated with dirty practices. So generally it's been a tough story to convince Colombian voters of the virtues of mining. Now, why is this important? Because politicians respond to their constituents. Now, you can have bold politicians that believe in mining, and this administration has believed in mining and really bet a lot of political capital on mining. But if there's a change in administration, and there will be in a couple weeks, what if the next president isn't in support of mining? Is there enough political support in mining at the Senate level, at the Congress level? The political support of mining stems back to the public support of mining. Now, for junior miners, who have been the lion's share of mining investors in Colombia to now, they have neither the experience nor the pockets to pay for large-scale public relations campaigns in support of mining across all voters in a country. That generally comes from large-scale mining. But that is what's needed in the next decade in Colombia to change the political thinking of people who vote on mining issues but don't come from mining communities. For them to understand the connection between the incredible input of royalties and what that means to pay for schooling, what it means to pay for security, what it means to pay for infrastructure. That message still needs to be enhanced. It also means, and one of the challenges that we've seen in Colombia, is that outside of these mining communities like Antioquia, there's not enough technical understanding of mining in Bogota. And we've seen this at the environmental agencies licensing and the delays that we've seen on key projects there. So again, this is where mining companies can step forward. This is not a common problem. This is a common problem in many mining jurisdictions around the world. You have to understand that most mining investment 20 years ago was in 4 or 5 countries around the world. Now it's spread across 80 countries around the world. And those 75 countries that have just really taken on large-scale mining for the first time are still developing those technical capabilities. And that's where mining companies need to lend those capabilities to the environmental agencies and others who have the very challenging task of approving very complicated modern projects like Quebradona, the likes of which Colombia has never seen before. And so that means, again, cooperation and providing that technical assistance is absolutely crucial. Now, in spite of the challenges I've laid out, I am very bullish on mining in Colombia for several reasons. Number one, it is endowed with metals that will enjoy strong global demand and pricing for the next decade. Copper is the new oil, and Colombia has phenomenal copper potential. So regardless of any challenges that come along, there will be this continued economic incentive for mining companies to continue to invest in Colombia. The other reality is that up until now, Colombia, more than almost any other jurisdiction in Latin America, has combined coal mining with hard rock mining. And that's been important because coal mining has helped finance a lot of the associations and a lot of the awareness building of mining as a whole. But the fact is that coal mining, and I don't mean to sound like a certain politician, coal mining has a limited future. And it's got nothing to do with Colombia. It has everything to do with the change of standards and the use of energy and the regulations that are starting in Europe and moving across the world. And the fact is that demand for coal will decline at some point in the future, which means that Colombia will have to look for other sources of mining royalty to continue to fund its growth and its infrastructure. So that's why I think that in spite of what might be said on a campaign trail, there will be political support continue to be in mining. I'm bullish as well because of the examples we've seen here today, of some of the examples I've cited. When you take the steps to build local support for your mining project, it will succeed in Colombia. And you will be able to defend your contracts in the long run through changes politically because of the rule of law you find there. And last but not least, I believe in the Colombian people, who I've had the enjoyment of working with for the last 25 years. I'm just getting to know you. The last 25 years, and I say this, I say this only here. I would not say this in a Peru day or a Brazil day or an Argentina day or a Mexico day. Harder working, more honorable people in Latin America you will not find. And at the end of the day, that is what is the strength of your projects in Colombia. So I thank you for your time. I hope these comments have been useful. Look forward to conversations with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price. That was a very insightful presentation. And we will now begin our second panel of the day with topics of great interest to our audience. The second panel is called Mining with an Integral Approach, and it aims to show Colombian mining from a transversal approach that reflects the aspects that transcend the extractive activity, to understand the positive impact and development of opportunities that our mining represents for the territory. So I welcome Mrs. Sarah Armstrong Montoya from Cordoba. She's president of Cordoba Minerals and moderator of our next panel. Sarah, welcome and kindly join us on stage. I also wish to welcome Mr. Javier Esteban Martinez Cañón, Executive Subdirector of the Dialogue Group on Mining in Colombia, GDIAM. Mr. Jose Ignacio Noguera, Vice President of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at Gran Colombia Gold. Please join us. Ana Isabel Gaviria Arteaga, Vice President, Legal and Sustainability at Mineros S.A. Also joining us, please, Tatiana Aguilar, Director of Enterprise Development, Ministry of Mines and Energy. Last but not least, Mr. Héctor Fabio Olaya Acuña, President of Origin Artisanal Gold SAS. All right, Sarah, you've got the stage. Thank you. Absolutely.
Bienvenidos a todos. Mi nombre es Sara Armstrong Montoya, CEO y presidente de Córdoba Minerals Corp. Y bienvenidos a nuestro panel de minería con un enfoque integral. Como estamos escuchando en estos discusiones en este momento, Colombia es un país que tiene un inmenso potencial. Realmente no tiene una gran historia de minería o de exploración por tantos años de conflicto. Pero sabemos que hay bastantes recursos y que realmente este es un país donde posiblemente podemos tener el próximo gran descubrimiento en Latinoamérica o en el mundo. Yo creo que esta es una discusión muy importante hoy de la minería integral. Es fundamental hoy en día tener en cuenta las comunidades, y sin las comunidades y consideraciones ambientales, no tenemos proyectos. Es muy importante que tenemos impactos positivos en los proyectos que estamos involucrando las comunidades, y que el enfoque no es simple cómo vamos a extraer los minerales abajo de las normas, que estamos beneficiando todos en el proyecto, desde los stakeholders y accionistas y comunidades. Entonces, voy a comenzar con unas preguntas que tenemos para todas las panelistas en general. Entonces, voy a comenzar con José Ignacio. Desde su experiencia en el sector, ¿consideran que ha mejorado la percepción de la minería por parte de las comunidades de los territorios en donde adelantan sus operaciones o actividades actualmente? ¿Qué falta para mejorar esta percepción?
Bueno, buenas tardes ya. Muchas gracias por la invitación a la agencia. Un saludo, de verdad, para todos los que nos acompañan. Yo creo que la percepción de la minería ha mejorado, y eso, digamos, no solo desde mi opinión, sino desde estudios que ha adelantado la Asociación Colombiana de Minería a través de Brújula Minera. El esfuerzo es un esfuerzo conjunto, digamos, la minería, a diferencia de otros sectores, nosotros no estamos compitiendo el uno con el otro. Realmente somos un sector integral, como acabas de decir, y que lo que hace uno afecta al otro directamente, y lo que creemos que no nos afecta a unos, pues realmente nos afecta a todos. Yo creo que en el caso de Colombia particularmente, pues la minería como tal siempre había sido, excepto un par de proyectos que venían de gran minería en carbón, había sido proyectos muy pequeños, de pequeña minería, y desde hace pocos años venimos trabajando empresas en proyectos que son de mediano y de gran tamaño en diferentes recursos. Eso ha implicado, digamos, un esfuerzo grande desde el punto de vista de lo que se llama hoy ESG, que es responsabilidad integral respecto a todo lo que tiene que ver con ambiente, social, gobernabilidad, pero sobre todo el manejar una relación cercana, amable, consistente con las comunidades en las cuales estamos operando. Ser una compañía, digamos, que somos capaces de desarrollar nuestro negocio con en forma que sea económica, ambientalmente sostenible, pero sobre todo que contribuyamos en forma efectiva al desarrollo económico de la región, al desarrollo social de la región, y que seamos capaces de contribuir en impuestos, en regalías y digamos, integrar en el caso particular nuestro a las 196 minas ilegales que tenemos dentro de nuestro título, que pueden reunir alrededor de 4.000, 4.500 mineros, y que en ese esfuerzo que llevamos alrededor de 10 años hemos podido firmar 64 contratos de operación. Esos 64 contratos de operación pues garantizan el pago de salarios, prestaciones, contribuciones a los empleados, pero adicionalmente el pago de regalías y el pago de impuestos, y aportan particularmente a la producción de Gran Colombia Gold el 50% de nuestra producción, que está programada para este año en 200.000 onzas de oro. Entonces, esas 80.000 a 90.000 onzas de oro que produce la pequeña minería, que antes estaban en la ilegalidad, que alimentaban las bandas criminales, que contribuían al lavado de dinero, que contribuían, digamos, incluso tenían, digamos, impulsan el trabajo infantil, la prostitución, hoy están fuera del sistema, y adicionalmente logramos reducir todo lo que tiene que ver con el uso de mercurio dentro del proceso, eso que es alrededor de 7 gramos de mercurio por cada gramo de oro. Digamos, ese es el verdadero impacto de poder trabajar cerca de las comunidades, y yo creo que es lo que nos ha ayudado a mejorar esa percepción y esa imagen que ha tenido la minería durante esos años.
Muchas gracias. Y Ana Isabel.
¿Aló? Sí. Bueno, yo creo que sí, estoy de acuerdo con que la percepción de las comunidades ha mejorado notablemente. Pues nosotros en el caso de mineros estamos en una comunidad minera, lo cual pues facilita mucho nuestra relación con las comunidades, pero también creo que ha habido varios aspectos que nos han ayudado a mejorar esa percepción. Y esos aspectos dependen de mostrar que somos capaces de hacer minería de manera sostenible, que somos capaces de aliarnos con las instituciones y con las comunidades, y de responder como a esos gritos de las comunidades, o a las quejas de las comunidades. Y una de las cosas que más se critican, o dos de las cosas que más se critican con respecto a la minería son, uno, que las comunidades no ven una retribución directa de recibir la carga pues que tiene una comunidad que tiene un proyecto minero cerca, y dos, la queja del impacto negativo, sobre todo en términos sociales y ambientales, que trae la minería en muchos casos, y que todos sabemos pues que no es mentira que la minería ilegal es responsable en gran parte pues de estas quejas. Entonces, para nuestro caso en específico, gracias a las alianzas con el Estado y con las comunidades, hemos logrado mejorar esa percepción, y hay dos ejemplos buenos de ello. Uno es el esquema de obras por impuestos. Yo creo que ese es un camino genial, como adoptar todas las empresas mineras hacia esas alianzas. Nosotros en nuestro primer proyecto de obras por impuestos ya vamos arrancando el tercero, pero logramos y estamos todavía en el camino de pavimentar la vía o parte de la vía que está despavimentada entre el Bagre y Caucasia. Para los que no conocen la región del Bajo Cauca, Caucasia pues es el mayor poblado de la región del Bajo Cauca antioqueño, y el impacto para la comunidad de una obra de este tipo, o sea, esto es una cosa que la comunidad venía pidiendo a gritos desde hace muchos años, y pavimentar esta vía tiene un impacto en términos de salud, de educación, de empleo, y eso hace que la gente vea que tener un proyecto minero en la comunidad es bueno, o sea que
are seen and they are not lost. And something else, or a second example, is the formalization of the business, and that's something that we have discussed largely. And the alliances with communities are very important in order to improve this perception. It's bring in these informal miners and increase their level, their quality of life, and demonstrate them that we can have um, synergic processes, not only benefiting us when we reduce the invasion in our areas, but also we give a benefit to all these surrounding communities, which means to reduce the accident levels, to increase the quality of life of people because their income increases. And this is a fact that it's proven, and we hope we could have more mechanisms like this to continue improving this perception. And Javier? Thank you. Good morning. Let me introduce myself. I am part of the dialogue group about mining in Colombia. I'm not part of the corporate side in this panel, but we from our dialogue group, we have um, also a conversation with different companies where we also can contribute with different elements to this panel. About your question, Sarah, if the perception has improved, okay, if I think there is this instrument that is called brújula minera, and these like a mining compass between 2019 and 2022 in the non-mining municipalities, the positive perception about mining went from 56% to 64%, and in the mining municipalities from 62 to 65%. In Antioquia, Cesar, Guajira, and Atlántico, the perception is more than 80%, so there is a very positive image, and in Santander is less than 60%. In spite of this, there has been an important improvement that has been seen. And why have we seen this improvement? As you mentioned, the other panelists mentioned before, it's all the work that they have been doing. As Jose Miguel mentioned, all this work of about coexistence, that's something that we are going to mention later on. Also, the relationship with the communities in which they have changed the focus from not thinking on the participation of the communities as allies in these projects. There are some challenges, and I think maybe the vision that Tatiana from the government can tell us, and I would like to mention some of them briefly because we have identified them in the dialogue group, and the determination of the participation of the group. But the local actors want to participate in the use of soil. So there is this growing interest in the knowledge of the environmental issues. Today, people want to know about these mining and environmental issues. They want to hear more about them, and that's something that we need to take into account. Also, the national government is involved in this due to an element that has an origin in the Constitution, which is the property or the ownership of the underground. And also third is the existence of communication channels with the citizens. And I think these are very important elements. Tatiana. I think I've been speaking a lot lately, and my voice is not helping me today. But Stephen and everybody has mentioned all the progress that we have seen in this mining compass, so I would not talk about these advances, but in the gaps, although there is a perception that mining activity brings development to territories, more than 80% of people support this, but when you ask about the compliance of law, the perception of the compliance of safety requirements or human rights in the mining sector, the figures are very low. They are below 50%, so we have a great gap there, and this is something where we have to keep on working. There has been a great evolution, but although this is a perception topic, we need to work a lot on about this. We need to work on the persistence of these relationship exercises with the companies. also continue supporting the territories. There are some instruments that already exist that are works for taxes, works for royalties that allow us to contribute in this, to continue evolving in this growing demand of the public opinion, as Esteban mentioned, in how every time they are asking for more information and we are more demanding as a society, and we have to continue working on this sense.
So the topic is the best practices that you have mentioned, how we work on self-regulation, as we discussed that in the previous panel, in order to continue that way. I think I'm not going to extend that because we will continue with the discussion. Hector and Fabio, good morning. I think the image of mining in Colombia has improved greatly, and that is partly because of something special I believe is given by the National Mining Agency with the work in the territories, with the arrival of the different projects. And here we have the origin of mining, not in Bogota or Medellin, but actually in the municipalities. We work in the origin. Our company is named Origen because we are aiming to find the source of this gold, and the origins is in the territory. So I believe that image has grown with the arrival of the National Mining Agency in the territory. What we have found during these 10 years, within these 10 years, is that all the mining, informal miners, is what they recognize is recognition. They want to be recognized. And here where the mining agency has provided recognition to all these communities, mining communities in Colombia. So I think the project of mining in terms of image and to keep growing in the future before the community is growing, as long as we keep the policies in the territories, gender equality, because there are many women, and with the arrival of the national agency, we have correct recognition of women and their work in the territory. Second question for all of you: what could be the most relevant factors to get agreements to get closer mining to the communities, to contribute with the development of the communities in the different territories? We start with Anna. Well, I believe it is important to have good channels of communication, to have roundtables, and to have agreements, and to comply, and to support. Now, in terms of compliance, we have one of the keys. We have to generate trust in the communities, and this is done only by demonstrating that we can get what we are promising. And one of the things that we have done, for instance, to change this is to measure with harder indicators what we are doing, because most of the companies were used to publish every year a report where we talk about investments, education, blah blah blah, in social aspects, but what we can get with these investments. So in terms of talking about investments, we have to talk about how we improve the indicators of accidentability, how we improve education in our region, how we have better access to other services they didn't have before. So here I think it is important to create trust. And within these processes of trust, what's important is that we have to understand we are not alone. And here we have different partnerships with institutions providing this muscle to have more presence in the regions, and with our own sector. As Ignacio said, we are not competitors, but sometimes we forget that our peers have the same problems that we do, and that in many cases they achieve and they solve their problems that we're trying to solve. So here, I think it is quite important to have a partnership as producers. Actually, I think what you mentioned is important, Anna. We believe that in order to have a long-lasting agreement, we have to create participation and dialogue. In fact, we have a proposal in GEDIAM, in some publication that these are the name Mesas Dico. These are dialogue roundtables where we think it is important to have spaces of conversation in the territory with the presence of the government, presence of delegates of the different local authorities, and supported by the international community. We think this is important. All you are welcome if you want to know about our proposals, but we believe that here is dialogue and participation as the most important points. And I think if I say this, it's not because of the companies that we have here in this panel, but in other cases, it is pointing out to the non-transactional uh, conversations generating trust. And in this sense, I think it is important that the approach has to be integral based on articulation of the companies and the economy, society, community. So the companies are not aliens, but they're going to be part of this society. And they have to be integrated and obviously part of this exercise. And you mentioned that it's a key word. These are long-lasting agreements where we have a vocation to be permanent in the region. And it is important that these agreements from the companies and this support has to go hand in hand with the contribution to the arrangement of the territories. This is associated to the fair transition. This is related to energy transition, but not only that, fair transition is to prepare the territory for the different projects, and we will deplete the resources, and the country or the area should be ready for this. Thank you. Héctor, Fabio. During these 10 years, when we have worked with the communities, we realized that it is necessary to have a community and business relationship. And this creates durability in the projects. When the companies commercially are having an association in terms of their behavior within their communities, I believe, there is a duration for the projects. As you said, it's very nice to talk and to write down a project on a paper, but how can we develop if there is no partnership between the commercialization and the project itself? And this cooperation must endure, and that will make the projects to remain in time, and the image is going to keep growing. Ignacio? Well, Gran Colombia, here we have a development that is named best practices, and this is in terms of sustainability, and this is a group of principles that we take from the general and best practices from the Inter-American Bank of Development, and as a summary, this too is to have the rules of the game for the investment and how we interact with the communities. And that starts by stating long-term relationships, because this is our business, a long-term relationship. So we have to have a long relationship with the communities in order to have positive impacts within the communities. And also we require the development of leadership, participation of the employees in the relationships with the community. And also something that you mentioned is to prepare them for something that we name content, local content, that is development of new skills for the communities, so that when the resources are depleted and the company goes away, they are trained. So in general terms, we have a baseline, and here we state the needs both of the communities and the companies to develop the projects, and according to that, we develop what we call first the initiatives that are legal frameworks for taking care of the needs and the community relationships. How we are going to develop this strategy and how we are going to face the needs, basic needs of the communities, and this is related to the needs of the company. In this way, in a plan that we have for 5 years, we state what are the objectives, how they're going to be executed, and how we are going to prove the results and to comply with the indicators of sustainable growth. In terms of education, what we decided and when we started with the municipality, out of 43 schools of the municipalities, the infrastructure of education in general was destroyed. So we made a long-term plan to improve the infrastructure of the schools in an agreement both with the heads of the schools and the Secretary of Education, of the government, with the supports from the companies and the government, and we improved within 5 years 23 of these schools, involving the parents, the heads, and the students in order to provide the right input. So what we have seen now is that we have been working with many institutions in the area of education with the support of the government and also the participation of the students community, teachers, parents, students, and heads of these schools. In this way, as we said, we have improved perception about the contribution of our companies, and we are consistent in time. For us, long-term and involvement of our employees and the generation of new opportunities is fundamental. Tatiana? I would also say that what you have mentioned, additionally, the generation of information along the whole cycle. Yesterday, an explorer had a meeting. We had a meeting, and he said, "What is the balance that we should have between to have dialogues in the area of exploration, to generate expectations, or to just go unnoticed?" And what you said in the previous panel, here nobody's going to be unnoticed. This area is not unnoticed, and with that, we have to generate information. And as we move in terms of the projects, we have to evolve with these conversations in order not to generate the wrong expectations. But it's important to provide the information from us, because otherwise there will be other providing that information that is important to take that into the radar. Second, mentioning that the relationships means we have to be good neighbors. First, we have to take into account all the other aspects of the territory to support the communities. Jose Ignacio mentioned local authorities, communities, how to take them into account, but also it is important, and I mentioned that in other spaces, to talk with the other companies that are working in the same territory. That is important in order to work hand in hand with the other mining companies, but also with other sectors, because those other companies have a vision of what they have in the territory, and as if we work together, we may contribute in a better way with the communities. And finally, we are from the ministry, from the National Mining Agency, we are willing to work in the conversations with the communities, and this is important because in some occasions, or in most occasions, the presence of institutions create a sort of a good relationship with the communities. The communities feel there is support and support from the government, and I think that is going to be very important. We have progress in these relationships, and the capacity is not enough to be present as we would like, but we have links with the territories and relationships with the communities, and this has helped us a lot. And some conversations with the territories in case of Cordoba, where you have participated, and I think that has helped us to have a relief. And I think the community states, once again, you are here again. But it's good. I prefer that they get tired of seeing us and say, okay, we will call you. Don't call me. Instead of saying, okay, after a long time we've not been there. So I think there is a recognition of the help in the territories and responding properly to their needs. Thank you very much. We are going to continue with the individual questions about your experiences, and I will start with Hector and Fabio. We have listened here some contributions from the other companies in matters of inclusion in traditional mining, in terms of opportunities of the formalization of our sector and dialogue with each of the stakeholders of the mining area, from the vision of originating, in what way the mining should be working in our sector in the implementation of best standards in the environment to mitigate or compensate the impacts of mining in the territories.
Thank you. Origin, as its name says, this origin project comes from the real origin of gold. As I mentioned before, the origin is there in the hands of the artisan miners, or in many times gold is exported and nobody recognizes this. When it's in a bar, it's mixed with more gold and nobody knows where it comes from, what were the problems, the inconveniences, what were the needs they had. So I think we can articulate the decrees issued by the Ministry of Mines with the national mining agencies to include the associations of these artisan miner associations. And in order to comply with these norms, it's not only to leave this written, but also to show a guideline of how to include the artisan miners in my case, in the conservation of the environment, and also to give real participation to the artisan miner within the mining policies, because sometimes it's very shallow, very superficial in order to be complied by certain companies. But I think the contribution of the artisan miners in Colombian to the protection of the water sources, protection of the environment, and compliance of the decrees of the mining ministry, it's fundamental if we incorporate associations and organizations that are legal, and this could be great for our labor. And Isabel, how to manage an effective dialogue between communities, government, industries, companies, in order to promote or create these feasible solutions that give a solution to many things. I think it's important to have systematic communication channels. It is important to start from the context of the regions where we are, and we need to understand what's the role of the state when meeting the most important needs of the regions. So, in concrete, besides this works with taxes that I think it's a successful case, when in topics such as education, we also have some important achievements, and also the lower Antioquia-Cauca region. It's one of the regions with low levels of education in Antioquia. So we have understood the needs. We understand the origin of many of the social problems that today we see in the communities, and we have reached a structured communication between the government, the community, and our partners in the private sector, not only from the mining sector, but also from the private sector as a whole, as Tatiana mentioned. This is, for example, the ERA partnership, which is the partnership for the rural schools in Antioquia. Through this partnership, we have reached certain clear objectives in terms of education improvement, and it's a project in which we have been working mining for some years with some clear objectives, 5 years time objectives. For example, in El Bagre, out of 3 children in primary school, out of 10 children in primary school, only 3 children finished primary school. So we need to understand what is going on and being able to concrete the solutions, to ground the solutions. Thank you so much. Tatiana, within the main objectives of the policy was, one of those objectives was to legalize the small miners. What is the impact of these in the regions and what are the challenges that you have observed in this point? I think I'll go back a little bit because it's a very long question and I'm going to make it even more complex. I would like to take advantage of this moment and when I talk about this exercise of legalization, we decided certain goals in this national development plan to be competitive and to be the allies of the territories, and we made some bets. The first one is the diversification of the minerals production, and I should mention this because it's one of the main bets that we have as a country for the mining sector. In the conversations with you, we have developed this as an first step in the diversification of minerals, and we developed some guidelines, an agenda to progress in this mining exploration, to go deeper in the geological knowledge. The Geological Service has been a great partner in the knowledge of 26 districts, and with the update of the map and all the update information that the citizens have from these geological knowledge. The second is the efficient management to progress in the exploration so that the pipeline projects progress in that, and we have to give a recognition or an acknowledgement to the agency to continue with this. And also what the mining roundtables have also been a very innovative exercise, and we were delayed for many years, and this is an initiative that allows us to attract a better quality investment, and as a result we have a lot of projects identified in the pipeline. Carlos will mention the ones that we see from there, and also in the relationship with you, how we have identified them and how we have treated or tried to accompany them. Sometimes it's not very easy with the authorities, with the things that we have to do, but we have tried to be there accompanying this process. So first I want to talk about this exercise of diversification, and now I'm going to start with the second part, which is the legality, to bring 27,000 miners to the legality or to the legal part, and we have 25,000 so far, and we need to give a recognition to companies that have made a bet for that legal work. These legal miners that have been accompanied by companies such as the ones that are here are the ones that are going to be sustainable. The exercise is done in associations as well. I think these are the exercises that tend to remain in time, and that's the challenge and that's the effort that we have to do. And last, as we mentioned before, this part of the institutional strengthening, we leave a sound institutionality. We have some guidelines to progress in these topics of royalties in the Mining National Agency, and we believe that this way we have supported the sector to continue evolving. Thank you so much. Esteban, how to reach favorable conditions for the traditional mining in the processes of structuration and large and medium developments. Thank you so much. I think that's a very interesting topic. That's something that we have been talking about in the discussions of the dialogue group. And the fact that there is this corporate mining and also at the same time there is ancestral mining or artisan mining, it shows not only the economic incentives, but also the ancestral practices, a cultural issue. The incentives of the artisan miners are not the same as the ones of a big corporation, and we have to keep that in mind. We believe that in this exercise of coexistence, we have witnessed very interesting experiences, such as the ones that mentioned by Gran Colombia Gold. I think it's impressive. Out of they have been working with a lot of miners. We have seen that experience of coexistence. We were in a meeting yesterday with Agnico Eagle, with the representatives of Mexico, and we saw very interesting experiences in terms of mining coexistence. And I think from the companies that are responsible, companies that have understood the concept of coexistence, and Orígenes has also mentioned that in terms of the artisan miners. We have to understand from the public policy, and I think this government has done a very good job. And in this same line, we think it is important to incorporate in a better way. We also talked about this with Santiago and with Secretary Jaramillo, to incorporate a differential concept of mining. When we talk about mining, we don't talk about formal or an informal mining, or corporate mining or artisan mining. We talk about as mining as a whole. So we have this classification of mining that is based on a decree, and is also based on different types of mining: the ancestral, artisan mining, the informal, the formal, the illegal, and also we have another type, which is the illicit extraction of minerals that affect all types of mining. And in this sense, and connecting this with what Sarah mentioned about how to achieve this competitivity, of how the inclusion of the traditional mining may help in these topics of competitivity, it is important to mention two things. First, to rescue many of the experiences that shown by the companies, and also to dignify the artisan and traditional mining. It's a low-scale mining without technology. The environmental impact have to be seen in every case. They are minor impacts. They do not respond always to economic incentives, and it is important to understand it and to give it the right place. And with this, I want to close my opinion. From the dialogue group, we apply, or we have this project as the mining, ancestral mining, as a intangible patrimony, and before the Ministry of Culture. There are 13 miners associations who participated in this application process. This was financed by the United Nations Development Plan, and this is in the stage of the Safeguard Special Plan, and the idea is to promote this plan. We think that these dynamics of coexistence, the best way, I'm sorry, I'm extending myself. I would like to talk about this the whole day long, but I don't have much time. So there are two forms of seeing coexistence: the ones who invade the mining title and exploit the resources of a title that was assigned to another person or allocated to another person. And the other point is how to articulate with these miners in order to improve the competitivity of the operations and improve the environment and the social environment and the development of the conditions of the project. In this sense, there is a term that we created in our dialogue group, which are the social-public-private partnerships. And these are exercises such as the ones of Gran Colombia, Mineros, and we also talk about the experience of Agnico Eagle. So I think this is a topic that it's important for us, and we want to invite you to tell you that when we are developing this proposal about this mining coexistence, we want you to check the HEDIAM webpage, because we are going to launch this this year.
Ha sido la experiencia
Ignacio, what is the experience that you have had and what learnings you may have for the companies and authorities in this area in terms of formalization? I think I would say two things. First, what we find when we started 196 illegal operations with more than 4,000 miners in this area, with no social security payment, and in general terms of compensation using silver, using illegal methods for the mining, and in general causing environmental damage, use of wood illegally for their work, contamination of the water, and in general terms, the production and commercialization fitting or creating other problems. And then we continue with this idea of having conversations, generate trust, and in this process that implied to show that we could receive their product, to do the sampling, to show the amount of grams they had per ton, to let them into our plant so that you can see, to verify that the ore was belonging to them, to do all the lab tests, to receive the payment, and all that trust in terms of the business started to grow, where now they don't need anyone in our plants, and it's like the second stage where we do all the technical support. We have a management of the small mining companies with geologists, mining engineers, environmental engineers doing all the support for these operations to comply with the standards. And that is the third is formalizing, and here we have an effort in terms of the companies and the government. And here we start with the bottlenecks, the obtention of the explosive, the opening of check accounts, for instance, environmental permits, etc. In the end, whether the company is small or big, the law does not make any distinction, so everyone has to comply. A small company has the same requirements of a big company. If we don't provide support to them from the environmental engineering support, that small miner cannot comply with their obligations. They don't have a way to do the plan of investment. They don't have explosive because they don't know how to do all the application to get this. They don't have permits for using the woods, for instance. And also, this transition still requires the support of the government, and that is how I want to say thanks to the Secretary. They support us, and we have been teaching them in this process, in this learning process as well, has been a benefit for those who are formalized and the non-formal members. Third, how to maintain those operations. It's incredible, but once they are formalized and we're ready to work, they work for 1 year and the operations start to decline for many reasons. They don't have the knowledge, the resources are depleted, they don't have enough grams of gold per ton. So there is an effort in terms of the stage that we have now, that is the bank resources. Second, our support from the geological points of view in order to get better resources for their projects to be sustainable in time. And once again I go back to the Secretary of Mining, we have been working with them in an integral project in mining until 2040, where we consider that what's most important is that we as a company in the territory, we have to provide support and to have the best projects involving small and big mining companies to push this project of formalization for all of them. Still, we have many small mining operations, minor. Obviously, they are not all criminals. There are many good ones who want to do the right business as they should, but they don't have the resources or the support or the structure, financial or organizational structure to comply with their legality. That is a challenge from the government and for us as companies. In order to finish the panel, for each of you, could you please give us a message that you consider is key or important for the mining area, starting with Hector? The contribution that we have as a Project Origen has been big for 10 years because we are aiming that artisan miners existing in Colombia for more than 500 years, doing their mining in their own way. Nobody knows them or recognizes them as an important part of the economy of the community. And the Project Origen has been lent to the miners to provide more tools for them and has dignified this role. So now they are important between the economy of the communities. They provide different things. This is a support that is quite important to be taken into account as we do with the royalties of the big mining companies. At that level, we could arrive when we formalize most of the small miners in Colombia. That is why Origin has different offices in the communities to support the producers of gold, and that is the idea, to reach these communities to get the royalties, and with that we will rescue and we dignify the work of the women and the small miners working in that territory, and to identify that work not only here in Colombia but in the world, that when someone is going to use a gold jewel, they should know that this was made as with an artisan, and with the traceability that we will have in the territory, that will be possible to reach the international market with this traceability for the final customer. And the final customer will feel safe that they are using, or with their telephone they have gold coming from an activity that is artisan and is totally legal, providing royalties and providing help to the community. When there is no legality in this area, the gold is lost, and it's lost really, and we lose this economy because the miners, when they are illegal or informal, they prefer sell in other places, not in the municipality, because there's no one who buys this gold, and they lose the economy of the community because they buy their clothes and everything they need and the food in other places, and then they go back to the municipalities and they don't contribute to the local community. So apart from these royalties that we receive in the communities through the Project Origen, we also improve the quality of the other activities related to mining and receiving the benefits of the legality of the process. Tatiana? Maybe taking advantage of this to help for all the work that we have done so far, and also we should continue improving this mining sector. What I told you, this is not isolated. We have joint efforts for the mining industry. We have achieved with the different mining companies to keep working and to keep growing. Thanks to all of you and for this room of conversation and for the commitment that the companies have had with the developments of the country. Thank you very much. And I think it's key in terms of what you said, in terms of fair transition. I think it is important that all of us have a clear idea that the mining is transitional. So my call is that all those working in the mining area, we have to be conscious every day of the privilege that we have and the possibility that we have from the companies and the institutions to improve the country, to be more educated, to have better health conditions, to have better infrastructure. And if we are conscious about this in terms of what we do, I think we are going to achieve that mining, not only mining, but also our whole country improves. Esteban, thanks first of all for this invitation. And my message is that in this context, if something is clear, is that we need dialogue, we need more spaces where we feel that we're all actors, we may disagree, we have different backgrounds, that you may have a conversation, respectful, where we promote the equality and to have at the same level, as we like to say, to promote dialogue about different issues that are not necessarily mining, but the dialogue is fundamental. And I would like to connect that with the participation of the citizens, because the Constitutional Court provided judgment, and they have a judgment in 2018 about the new law, because many of the tensions that we have in the territories have generated mobilizations that are demonstrations of a sentiment that is given in the territories, because they want to have more participation in more voice in some processes of the economy in the territories.
It's important to continue existing in these type of processes of concurrence participation, and obviously that from the private sector and the international organizations of cooperation, these dialogue instances are promoted. And to promote consensus, it's important, because what cannot happen is to continue with the polarization in different topics. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I would close saying that in Gran Colombia we understand the sustainability is something related to the good corporate citizenship, is to establish very high rules of ethics, of compliance with the law, of payment of taxes, and creating these open communication spaces with our communities, with the local authorities, with the national authorities of participation, but also to develop our business, creating development and protecting the social part. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. We now wish to continue with our agenda for the day. I wish to invite Mr. Jorge Alberto Jamarillo, Secretary of Mines of Antioquia, who will present the conference, Mining in Antioquia Vision 2040. Please join us on stage.
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Quiero saludar al doctor Jorge Londoño de la Cuesta, embajador de Colombia, a Marianique Tremblay, embajadora de Canadá, a Juan Miguel Durán, presidente de ANM,
Juan Miguel Durán, President
presidente de la
of
Asociación
the
Colombiana de Minería,
Agencia Nacional de Minería, to Juan Camilo Nariño, President of the Colombian Mining Associations, to the different panelists, to the directors of different companies, all the people who are joining us here today. We want to start talking about this history of Antioquia. We have mines registries from 1739. You might not see it here because there is something blocking it, but here we have Jose Ignacio Noguera, who presented also, and the mining operation of this company comes from 1852. So this year they are 170 years. It's difficult to find a company in the world with this continuity of operations. We have also the mines faculty in the university that has been there for 135 years. That the development of Antioquia is due to the training of the human capital in this institute. Our figures, the exports of Antioquia for 2020 were $2.7 billion, representing 47.1% of the GDP. Antioquia is the only department in Colombia that grew based on the mining. The gold production in 2020 was 30 tons, and it represents 62% of the gold production in Colombia. The future. We have a bet based on the eco mining joined in the same blue sky, and the main pillars are: Colombia has the second greatest biodiversity in the world per square meter, and in Colombia it rains 3 times more than in the world in average. It rains in Colombia 30 to 60 millimeters in every year, and we are a very rich country in water, and it has rained a lot in the last 2 years. We can also tell you that we made a bet in our work based on the sustainable development objectives, and we have an exercise with the companies that we are deepening the OS1. When we reach a territory, we always have to know about that. What's the indicator of poverty? How do they improve that? In relation to their mining activity, we are facilitators and we create partnerships. The objective 3, which is famine, the 3rd, which is education, the 4th, that is health, the 5th, that is gender equity. Congratulations for this International Day of Participation of Women in Mining. And for the 15, that is related to the terrestrial ecosystems, the 16, peace, safety, and living together or coexistence, and the 17, which is these partnerships. And under this scheme, we have created this Antioquia 2040. We have built a vision from all the actors of the territory that this allows us to grow not only with government policies but state policies in the mid and in the long term. Our approach is based of this eco mining. We have to create added value. We need to orient the communities, or we need to guide the communities. I think this is a win-win approach. These are the main notes of our department. Currently, 78% of tunnels in Colombia are built in Antioquia. Antioquia, until not long ago, was the most delayed department in infrastructure, but I think that with this 4th generation roads, it will reach the first places. We want to thank the national government for this effort and this boost, and that's why we are building this Urabá port, which is a deep waters port of 184,000 tons, and it will be built in Puerto Antioquia. That will also allow us with the tunnel Guillermo Gavilla Echeverri, which will be 9.8 kilometers long. Medellin will be only at 4.5 hours drive from Urabá, which is one of the most important cities in Colombia that is going to be close to the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. With Chocó, we also have created a partnership. We want to build a development port that this region really lacks. Mining companies that are located in our department: Mineros S.A., Soma Gold, Gran Colombia Gold, only in order to read just a few of them: B2 Gold, with their mining project that will be the largest one of gold production in the open pit mining project on solid rock. We also find Los Cerros, gold mining, Andico mining, and Sijin, among others. Our goals: eco mining, with the planning of the Agenda 2040, that all the institutions surround and support the mining projects. We are a strong entity. We have the Secretary of Education, Secretary of Infrastructure, Secretary of Citizenship Participation. So when we get to the territory, we come with all these entities so the territory grows. Here, you were mentioning this before, that the mining municipalities, they had the lowest quality of life indexes, and El Bagre, that had 8,000 inhabitants in the past, now it has 40,000 inhabitants. Segovia, Zaragoza was part of Remedios. Segovia, maybe it has grown a lot. So as a state, we have a very, very large debt with these territories in terms of infrastructure. Who is going to sustain or maintain a system when the population doubles? So we need to make a great effort. We also have the construction of the first mining and environmental center with eco mining practices in El Bagre municipality. That's going to be unique in Latin America and will allow us to build what the future is expecting from us. We are working with our partners, the Ministry of Mines, the National Mining Agency, different companies, and third, we are structuring this copper in this industrial corridor of copper using all our infrastructure so that western range of mountains, the deposits are to be discovered. I say this respectfully. Quebradona, it has 4.9 million tons that are proved, but we need also to work on the different mining resources. Also Murindo, that has 300 million in resources. They are very large projects and we have a lot of things to do there. It's a great opportunity. This second Eco Mining Summit, in which we will show the best environmental and social practices that we have been carrying on. They exist in Antioquia, and as Jose Ignacio mentioned, and we are surprised to see this, we do many things, but many times we do not show what we do. So we have a lot of work to do in that aspect too, so we can see those things, those successful cases. In Antioquia, we have a zone, for example, which is called Rio Claro. When you go to Rio Claro, you see the floor. You are like in a river, and its floor is made out of marble. There are ecological walks, and we have incredible companies, Holcim, Argos, Cemix, and they produce 50% of the raw material, which is calcite for cement and for other products. In a zone that has a special organization, so we need to work in this system. Also, I could mention many things, many more things in gold. I am here. We also have, for example, in Segovia, we can do these mining projects, but we just need to do the things correctly. For the second Eco Mining Summit, we hope to see our partners, such as the Mining Agency of Colombia and the Ministry of Mines. The promotion also of a mining eco park. We have documented all this history of Antioquia, how they developed the industrial base, Medellin as a mining city, how the city was built, how this all the benefits from the mining helped Medellin to be developed. And last, I was born in a mining town, Anori, in the east of Antioquia. I was raised in Frontino and the west of Antioquia. And our governor is the son of a mines engineer, brother of a mines engineer from the mining tradition. And I just want to convey you a message, tell you that my experience, not only in United Nations and also in different parts of the world, but also in the small and large mining, it pushes us to have a double commitment. When you see more clear, doesn't make you, it makes you more responsible. I want to invite you all, I want to thank you for your generous words with Antioquia, but I want to invite you to trust in Antioquia, to believe in Antioquia. Our heart is there. Antioquia is a treasure to be discovered, and our heart is there and in you. Thank you so much.
So very much, Mr. Jaramillo, for your great presentation. One of the most relevant aspects within the initiatives deployed by the Colombian government to strengthen the mining sector has to do with supporting producers in the search for business opportunities and the opening of new markets, both to attract new investments that allow the advancement of current projects in the stages of the mining cycle, as well as to develop new exploration projects and to identify clients or buyers for the supply of Colombian minerals. Under these premises, the National Mining Agency launched in 2020 the Business Roundtables, a mechanism aimed at facilitating contact between mining producers and marketers in Colombia, with investors and potential clients from all over the world. To date, 14 business roundtables have taken place, focused on the main minerals of the Colombian export offer, where more than 60 mining projects have been presented, with the full participation of more than 75 clients and investors from 28 countries who have had the opportunity to initiate direct commercial relations in Colombia. So, at this moment, we begin the Gold and Polymetallic Business Roundtable, Projecting Mining in Colombia. This is our 15th Business Roundtable, and we will present 4 companies that are developing gold and polymetallic projects or that commercialize these minerals. It is important to remember that this event is transmitted via streaming, so that potential clients and investors who could not attend in person can get to know the offer of our guest exhibitors and be a part of the dynamics of this Business Roundtable. Now, we will begin the round of presentations of the projects of companies that carry out gold and polymetallic projects in Colombia, as well as a company dedicated to the commercialization of these minerals, who have kindly accepted the invitation to participate in this Business Roundtable. On this occasion, we have a portfolio of 4 mining projects located in the departments of La Guajira, Antioquia, Córdoba, and Caldas. Investors and buyers who are with us in this auditorium today and who are interested in meeting with one or more of the exhibiting companies should contact us via WhatsApp at this number. It's country code 57, number 310-1817-9008. You can also email us at promoción@anm.gov.co to express your interest. The representatives of the National Mining Agency will organize the agenda of meetings with the exhibitors, which may begin at the end of each presentation in a space that we have provided for this purpose. These meetings will have a maximum duration of 20 minutes and will not involve the National Mining Agency, whose purpose is to put bidders and interested parties in contact with each other. Clients and investors who connect via streaming from other locations may request to schedule virtual meetings with the bidders by writing to promoción@anm.gov.co anm.gov.co. A&M representatives will organize the agenda of virtual meetings, which will be scheduled for the days or weeks following this roundtable. So to begin, I'd like to welcome back Mrs. Sarah Armstrong Montoya, President of Cordoba Minerals Corp. Welcome, Sarah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, where's the presentation? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay, sure. Is this in English? Am I doing this in English? Yes. Okay, okay. So we have the San Matias project in Puerto Libertador. The San Matias project consists of 4 different deposits. We have the Alacran deposit, and Montiel East, Montiel West, and Costa Azul. So as I mentioned, it's in Puerto Libertador. We announced our pre-feasibility study results in January of this year. It has robust economics. It is a modest size project of. How does this work? Is someone turning these pages, or am I? Okay, I can just talk to the project, that's fine. So we announced our pre-feasibility study results in January of this year, and it had quite robust economics. It has an after-tax NPV of $415 million at a discount of 8%, and that's with an IRR of 25% and a payback period of 2.2 years. This is a job that's going to create around 2,000 jobs. We've invested at the moment around $100 million, and these figures we have a little bit updated figures, but we will be investing about another $700 million. That's better, thanks. About another $700 million to get this into production. We've actually locked up quite a lot of the area around our project. So we have nearly 900 kilometers that is under application, and we have about 146 square kilometers of granted concessions at the moment. So for us, coming in here, Alacran is just the tip of the iceberg. But this is a project that is very doable. It is viable. We've found nothing that can really stop us from getting into production. It's a great size. It's going to have a great impact on the community, on the Cordoba region. There are not even enough people to fulfill all of the jobs in the entire municipality there. So we've been working with SENA so that we can train all of the people who want to work for us there. We're working on some other programs, of course, formalization for those who want to continue in legal mining, and also converting some of the miners in the region into service providers of the project. It is an open pit mine. I think something important to mention here, we're 20 kilometers away from Cerro Matoso, so if you stand on the top of our hill, you can see Cerro Matoso over there. But what that means is people in that area understand mining, they know what open pit mining is, and they know the benefits that brings along, especially with the town of Monte Líbano and everything they've seen there and the massive amount of growth. We are projected to start construction at the end of 2023, early 2024. That's going to depend on permitting. So we filed our PTO in November of last year, on the 19th of November of last year, and we're hoping to get that over the next couple of months. And we've been doing the EIA for about 18 months, and we're currently continuing that with our feasibility study, which is obviously for the Canadian and international market, and hope to be filing that in by the end of the first quarter of next year. It does have a 13-year life of mine, but I do expect with the ongoing studies that we have at the moment that will be extended. And as I mentioned, we have locked up a huge amount of area around there. So we will continue expanding, and the idea is that we would continue exploring in that area. We will be starting off at 22,000 tonnes per day. So our product will be a concentrate, and it will be a mixture of 70% copper, 27% gold, and a 3% silver credit there. And we'll be taking that out through the port of Toulouse. So there is all that existing infrastructure is there, as I mentioned, because of Cerro Matoso, so paved roads all the way there. And that's a couple of 100 kilometres to the north of us. We also have access to electricity, 2.5 metres of rainfall per year, and we have existing telecommunication towers. We're probably only going to put in about 2 18 to 20 kilometre roads, and the rest of that infrastructure and the highways are already there. And importantly as well, we are a project of national interest. Could you go to the next one, please? Or is that it? Okay, so as I mentioned, we announced the pre-feasibility study early this year. We are currently undergoing the feasibility study simultaneously with the environmental impact assessment study. We actually have 6 drill rigs turning at the moment at our project, so this is quite a large drilling campaign. It's infill drilling, but it's around 40 to 47,000 metres. I think this is a really important point here, and I have to say thank you to the A&M and the Ministry of Mines. You know, probably 12 months ago, we wouldn't have thought that this was possible. We had a really difficult relationship with the community that are there, right on top of where our pit's going to be. It's been a long road, and one of the comments that someone said here earlier today that I think was really important is the physical presence of the institutions in these meetings that really helped us advance with the community. So we also have an on-the-ground mobile office. We work with Socia in Colombia, and they have an on-the-ground team of professionals as well, and we go mobily between 12 communities. So we have 12 communities within the area of interest. 3 communities will need to be relocated. 2 will not be until year 7. It's only about 20% of those 2 communities, but the community that we're going to have to relocate in the beginning is El Alacran. They are right on the top of where this deposit's going to be, this open pit deposit. So we're working with them at the moment. We've just started as well with another team of 19 professionals that specialise in resettlement and relocation to be on the ground permanently, working with the Alacran community to reach agreement, and the implementation of that will be subject to the licensing of the project. Can we go to the next one, please? Oh, that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. Thank you so much for your participation, Sarah. I'd just like to remind those of you who are accompanying us on this show that in case you're interested in holding one-to-one meetings with the exhibitors, you should communicate via WhatsApp to the number, country code 57-310-817-9008. Attendees connected from other parts of the world should write to promocion@anm.gov.co to request scheduling of meetings. Now, Mr. Omar Ozma, President of Collective Mining. Please join us on stage. Welcome. Absolutely. Here you go. Just turn it on.
Thank you. So we're going to see collective mining. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to try to fly through it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I had told you during my first intervention that we have a company that was incorporated by the former investors of Continental Gold. Continental Gold was a very successful project in Colombia that was finally discovered, built, and ultimately put in production by Sejin, the Chinese company. And after we managed to put it into production, we went to another place in Colombia. We went to the municipality of, the Department of Caldas, in which we started this endeavor from scratch. We're a greenfield project with a very, very successful management. We managed to achieve continental gold, and we think that we're going to be able to achieve another business of the sorts in collective mining. Next slide, please. So what are we? We deem ourselves a low-risk junior that has already handled several of the risks proper of this business. We've de-risked this business from the get-go. We have, as I said, a seasoned management team. We've also managed the initial geological risk. We have neurology. We are neighboring our friends from Aris Gold in Marmato, which also says a lot about the possibilities and the prospectivity of our area. Country risks. Well, you've heard all along today that Colombia is a very, very interesting place to do business, and that it's easy to do business in Colombia, so country risk is very low. Infrastructure and equipment. Our project in the Department of Caldas is no longer from 100 kilometers from three major cities, Pereira, Manizales, and Medellin. And it has a lot of redundant infrastructure, and that's very, very good. And finally, we have a well-funded company for this year. We have a 20,000-meter drilling target, which is fully funded for 2022, and we will be knowing in the future what we're going to do for 2023. Next slide, please. This is our structure. We have a tight structure. We are right now in the TSXV under the ticker CNL. For those of you remember Continental, that was its old ticker, CNL. So we are again CNL. So it's going to be easy for you guys to find. As we said, we have a seasoned administration. Our directors include Ken Thomas and Paul Murphy, which were former directors for Continental Gold. Ari Sussman, many of you know him. He's our executive chairman of the board. Ashwath Mehra and Maria Constanza Garcia, they both bring a lot of experience into the company. Next slide, please. Where are we? If most of you, I'm not a geologist, so bear with me on my technical knowledge on the project, but if you guys know Colombia, Colombia has the Mid-Cauca Belt. We are located in the Mid-Cauca Belt. The Department of Caldas is located between the central and the west Cordillera in Colombia. It has more than 100 million ounces discovered in the past 18 years. There we find Sejin's Buritica project, we find Quebradona's project from Anglo Gold Ashanti, Aris Gold, B2 Gold is over there, Cordoba Minerals, and finally, we are located in the same Mid-Cauca Belt. So, prospectively, we are in a very interesting area. Next, please. This is our location in the project. Here, when this darker, or I don't know, this different blue color is what Aris Gold would be in Marmato. We are surrounding all of this area, very prospective. We have two projects, what we call Guayabales project and the San Antonio project. They're separated by the Cauca River over here. So what's good about the place that we're located? We are located in one of the most historical mining districts of Colombia, more than 500 years. Marmato has more than 500 years of history of doing mining, gold mining. We are located in Marmato and Supía. They both have a very interesting history. The district had never been consolidated. We managed to achieve getting certain titles and applications in the area. With the help of the A&M, we managed to turn most of those applications into mining titles, giving us drill access. We were doing superficial geological activities. Unfortunately, last year, by the months of October, we managed to get to get titling in the area, and right now we're drilling. We have 3 drill rigs located in the area. We're in a mining-friendly jurisdiction. That's important. We've all heard here that communities are an issue, and here we have the opportunity to be in a mining-friendly jurisdiction. Next, please. Here's where it becomes complicated for me, so bear with me. This is pure geological information. We have an area something like 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers in which we've already identified at least 8 targets. We've already been communicating information on the TSXV, and if you follow us, you may see that we already have significant new grassroots discoveries. We have the area of Olympus, number 1, over here, in which we already have an intercept of more than 300 meters with more than 1 gram of gold. That's interesting. We also have a second discovery, and Donut is a more modest discovery anyhow, but nonetheless a discovery. We have more than 150 meters at 1 gram equivalent gold. And we have 2 very important targets that we're currently drilling. Visually, they look awesome. We don't have assays yet, but visually they are very exciting. Those are Apollo and Trap. They both host a lot of porphyry manifestations in the ore body, and we hope to have, I don't know, assays maybe for the beginning of Q3. So you should stay tuned to see what we have to show in this project. Next, please. Olympus. Olympus is one of our targets within the Guayabales project that we feel that it's very important to see. This Olympus area has something very interesting for the government, for the people, for us, is that we have an artisanal miner community located over here. The artisanal miner community is located here. That's allowed us to get channel samplings from those small mining adits with those results, which are very exciting, really. This is grassroots. This is, nobody had drilled this in the past. We have this as channel sampling. We're preparing ourselves to drill underground, and that's going to give us an upside. It's going to give us a faster turnout in drilling. And in the meantime, we've been drilling on the north of the mining community in which we have these types of results. So we are a project with an interesting prospective outcome. Next, please. Apollo. Apollo is the one that we're currently drilling. We don't have assays, and which looks very, very interesting. We already see a porphyry system, and we're seeing a lot of brechas. We have our porphyry, a lot of fingers coming up, and we're finding them. Apollo has them. It has a significant dimension. It's open to all areas. So we have another interesting discovery here, which we hope to be able to lock down in less than a month. So this one's also interesting. Please, next. Donut is more modest discovery. It's not as amazing as we saw in Olympus and we saw in Apollo. Nevertheless, we have very long intercepts, very interesting long intercepts, which just basically tells us that the area is very prospective. They're very close. All of these targets are very close one to each other. If they're connected or not, we still don't know. We only have at this point in time, let's say something like 10 to 13,000 meters drilled. So it doesn't allow us yet to understand if they're connected or not. I think we passed to the San Antonio project. No, don't worry, one back. San Antonio project. If you recall the image that I showed you, the Cauca River separating the 2 projects, this is the right side of our project. San Antonio, located in the municipality of Pácora, is also a very interesting one. It's a deeper mineralization, but when we go to the results, we're going to see very, very, very long mineralized intercepts. Please, in the following. We have more than 700 meters with more than half a gram gold. That right now is just indicating that we have a target that has bulk, that obviously it needs a lot of more drilling. We're evaluating, we did an IP study during the first semester, and we're looking to see if we start again a drilling campaign either on the next half of the year, or we can postpone it to, for first Q of 2023. The interesting thing here is the long intercepts, and it's from very shallow. So we have a possibility of a very, very big ore body here. If you see, when we did the IP, we found out that when we just clipped what could possibly be the mineralized zone. So it sounds very interesting. Next, please. This is just a view for you. The guys that understand geology can see the rock. I see the rock and it looks nice rock, but maybe everybody could understand better. What we see here is basically porphyry veins. And these are very shallow cores. So we are seeing a porphyry, we are seeing the porphyry veins, and that makes this a very interesting target. Next, please. Now, we've talked about this a lot. The only thing that we want to say about ESG is that we firmly believe that this is the forefront of our success. When we started our company, we started with the idea that we were first going to open our ESG doors, if that's possible to say, and afterwards we were going to go drilling. So we've tried to play down a bit our importance in the region. The region in which we are, it's very industrial. We're just an industry more. We're not there to change the lives of people. We just want to add to them. So in this, we just have an overview in which our basic idea is that we're going to help strengthen the area. There's a lot of industry in the area. So basically what we do is just add. Miners for us are very important. Artisanal miners basically are the first prospectors. And we have a very large community of artisanal miners. We're going to work with them because we need them. They're the first, those adits that I tell you, it's thanks to them that we've been able to do these massive discoveries. So we are very well intertwined with them. We're working with them. I think that we're going to be able to do this faster when we work with them. And that at the end, you see that the name of the company says a lot of how we do it. We're going to do it collectively. We're going to try to involve them into the company, into the corporate structure, into the capital structure, into other types of links or chainments that we can do. This is just basically what every company should be doing. I'm sure everybody is doing this, but in our case, it's playing well. So this is our ESG model. I think that we don't need to stop on this. Let's go to the next one. We have something very important. We're in the coffee axis region of Colombia. Coffee is very important for Colombia. We have an alliance with the National Coffee Federation to move towards bettering the condition of the coffee growers in the region. We're working on their infrastructure, we're working on their water supply, and we're working on what they call the coffee extension, is make them more agriculturally sound. We have that with the Coffee Federation, and we have an alliance with the Caldas University, very important. Public university, they have geology. I think that in the model, when they talked about continental gold, part of the success of continental gold is basically linking the industry, the education, the communities, and the company on the get-go. And this is what we're doing. Just 1.5 years, and we're already advanced to this. Next, please. And this is where we're going. These are our main catalysts for second half. We are gonna continue drilling on Olympus, Apollo, Trap. We have 2 targets that we're gonna start drilling at the end of the year, which is Victory. Donut, we're analyzing if we're gonna go for a second phase of drilling. And finally, San Antonio, as I told you, after we completed the IP, we're analyzing what we're gonna go forward. If it's gonna be the second half or the first half of 2023. Sorry for the rapid advance, but I understand that we have other projects that want to show. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Osmo. Finally, we give way to the presentation of the gold commercialization project located in the Department of Tolima. So I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Hector Fabio Olaya Acuña, President of the company Origin Artisanal Gold. Please join us on stage.
Nuevamente, buenas tardes. Origen es una compañía colombiana que se dedica a la comercialización de oro proveniente únicamente de mineros artesanales en Colombia. Llevamos 10 años con el proyecto trabajando con las comunidades de barequeros o mineros artesanales en nuestro país, y el propósito de nosotros básicamente es coger con una mano el oro que proviene de la batería.
Grab with one hand the gold that comes from the tool they use from their hands and put it in their hands at an international level without any kind of intermediaries, in order to dignify with a good price, with the social labor, the small miner. I'm going to show you a small video so you can see how this is developed.
Nuestro origen emana del agua que proviene de las
And comes from the water that comes from the Colombian mountains, the same one that flows in the rivers, and that is part of our work, and which makes a lot of sense. It's in the land below the rivers where we find a great opportunity that joins these families, because it's always been there, hidden from the surface. That is the feeling that exists when the expedition of the much sought after gold begins. Skill is required, almost a revelation, to know where to explore, because this precious metal has a real and magnificent character. It feels like he picked you and gave you the reward of a job well done. The same work that is formed when, with our hands, which created our own mining beds from the hardest bark of the trees. Hands, like wood, reflect cracks, growth marks that represent the end of a season and the beginning of a new season. This shows that in this work there is no room for improvisation, that our artisanal miners, together with their wisdom of yesterday, result in the most rigorous goal selection process to put it directly into your hands. Finding it is not easy. It is a process that takes time, but in the hands of these artisanal miners, that process becomes a culture, and that makes it particular and unique. This is the highest hallmark. Be part of these traditions and leave that mark that continues to narrate our passage through this land. Origen, artisanal gold. For us, it is an honor to be here. President, thank you so much for the invitation. I think it's the best way to show a project like this that is absolutely Colombian, to make it international. And I think that this labor that the National Roundtable of Mining with the other countries, it's the precise place for a project like Origen. And if we see all the telephones or the different brands, and I just want to give you an example. In your hands, you have your hands, and those telephones have gold inside of them. But we don't know where this gold comes from. We don't know that, right? We don't know where it comes from. It might come from any country, from any river, but we don't actually know where this gold comes from. And a project as Origin will give you the chance and the possibility and that peace of mind that the gold that you have in your mobile phone has a traceability from the river producing it until your hands, until it reaches your hands. This is Origen, a company that will be devoted to the exportation and commercialization of origin gold without losing its traceability, without losing the essence of who extracted it, the social concept that gives origin to this company in Colombia. And as we want to be, our vision states, we want to be the greatest exporter of gold, of this origin gold, this ethical gold that has a lot of values, that is an inclusive gold. How many hands or how many people made possible that you have your ring in your hands? Origin will give you this idea or this knowledge, so we are going to have this traceable gold. So when you're purchasing in Canada or in Switzerland or in other countries, when you are buying that gram of gold, you will know who was the person who extracted that, and you have that peace of mind that that gold is a gold that does not contain mercury, does not contain any other type of metals that are not allowed, and any kind of child work. In our quality policies, and I think we have some of them, the most important is the commitment of the formalization of the miners in the territory. And we have reached each one of these municipalities in which there are artisanal miners that are illegal, and Origen gives them or provides them a perfect platform aligned with the majors and with the governments and with the National Mining Agency to provide this legalization of the miners. So the greatest task Origen has is the formalization of the communities that are illegal in the Colombian territory. Our products, we offer gold and silver. I'll go very fast because this is lunchtime. In our compliance process, we verify gram by gram which is the producer of the gold through biometric systems connected with the National Mining Agency and with the National Registrar's Office to give a guarantee to our producer that their gold is paying royalties, and to give to the end users the possibility of having the traceability of this gold that complies with all the requirements in order to commercialize this gold. We work with social responsibility. During lockdown, when pandemic started, Origen provided more than 25,000 baskets full of food to all these people who couldn't leave their homes. Origen was there dignifying their work and providing them with food so they could survive this crisis produced by COVID-19. In our policies, we also have the sow of different trees. We have sowed more than 5 million trees in the national territory, and we will continue to do this along with the different corporations, with the mines ministry, and with the different municipalities. We have also developed different trainings along with the mines ministry and the different corporations. For example, in Tolima, we have been doing certain trainings and traveling to different territories to train people directly in the extraction points. We are going to talk about our production. We've been working along with the artisanal miners. We are producing about 24,000 ounces per year in a scalable project. Today we are in 24,000 ounces, and we are in 17 municipalities in Colombia. The project, the idea is to reach 50 municipalities in 2023, and it's not so difficult to achieve. We've been working for 10 years where we learned, where we made mistakes, in which we learned a lot, and now we have enough tools to scale this product and to scale this to other municipalities. And the more municipalities we have, we will open more offices in other places, and we will have a production of free gold in our country. Thank you so much for your attention.
Before ending this business conference, we invite Mr. Carlos Felipe Barrera, General Director at John T. Boyd Company. Please join us on stage and tell us all about Colombian mining pipeline. Here you go. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the time. I just wanted to let you know that this is a joint effort with Jaime Arteaga and Asociados. So please let Diana and Jaime know you know them well because of their Brújula Minera publication. This is just another one that hopefully would be useful as a tool for the future. We have been working on this project for about, I'd say, a year or so, hoping to come up with the list of the projects that are in the portfolio and hopefully somehow foresee the future of which are the ones that are going to be into production soon. Next slide. I'd like to start by saying just a few words with regards to the companies that have been supporting the pipeline, but more importantly, letting you guys know that within Colombia, we have an ecosystem of companies that offer products and services, and that is something that makes it unique, that makes Colombia unique. Clearly, we know that to ensure both from the exploration side, but also in the production, you need to have access to an array of services and products that are the base for the development of the project. So you will see that in Colombia, you will easily have legal firms, technical capabilities, environmental, social, risk analysis, and we also have the academy supporting the creation of geologists and mining engineers, and the government having through SENA all the technical expertise that is required to go through the process and advance it. Next slide. So what we did basically was starting with a collection of the available data that was around. We gathered a series of information from each of the projects, started creating a definition of a methodology. We used the FEL methodology, front-end loading, which is basically a way to try and define the different stages of the development of an exploration project and be able to consolidate them. That information, that we did a validation process with most of the companies that offered them, and were able to include their projects within the pipeline, and then we updated the information and consolidated. Next slide. These are the phases that we defined. They are not unique in terms of the lines that define where they are and where one starts and the other one finishes. But basically, ultimately, what you want to know is that there are stages that you have to go through. One should not start before the other one has finished completely. Ideally, there is a gray area in the middle of each of those, but alternatively, you do want to complete those processes. Listed companies know this more or less because they follow this trend in order to be able to gain access to capital, but ultimately everyone should be following a similar path towards reaching construction. Next slide. With regards to the current situation, we have identified, initially we had around 85 projects in the pipeline. We did some screening with the mining companies and found out that 52 are currently available within the pipeline. You can see how they are divided between the different minerals. I think this is a clear explanation of how the government's policy towards the diversification of the minerals has been occurring. Also, the way that they are structured, so they are going all the way from initial exploration, pre-feasibility, feasibility, detail engineering, and construction. And the plan is to be able to have a more detailed assessment with regards to the investment that each project is bringing in, how many jobs they're doing, where they are located, and you will see all of that detail in the publication that is available. It's around 50 or 60 pages, and you'll be able to have access to it. We'll show you where you can get it. Next slide. This is the pipeline that you will find. You will find details of most of these projects within the publication itself, and you'll be able to see each of those projects in their phases. That will allow you to see the situation where we are. Clearly, there's a bunch more in the initial exploration, and gradually they get fewer towards the tip of the iceberg. But this initial publication is a single view of where we are, but we are hoping that next year's publication will allow us to have an analysis of where we are versus the previous year, because we'll be able to understand if the project has advanced, if the project is stalled, which regions are advancing, which minerals are advancing, and why they are doing it. So this would be hopefully an important tool in terms of policy making, but it will also be a tool for projects to understand where they are and what others are doing differently. Next slide. So you'll be able to download the full document with the QR code, or you can send us an email or go to the websites. It's a free publication. It's used for the promotion of the sector, and so it's available for all of you. And so you please talk to Jaime. He knows a lot about the pipeline. Call, or we can give you a hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barreras. All right, this is our conclusion of our Colombia Day 2022 in PDAC. And I'd like to thank all of you who are here with us today, all the panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to extend the welcome for you guys to join us for lunch. This lunch is offered by the Chamber of Commerce, Dentons, Cardenas y Cardenas, Ardens, and Incement in the adjoining room. It is also a networking space. So thank you so much for participating today. I'll see you next time. Thank you. I'd like to invite all the ladies in the room to come on stage so we can do a group photo to celebrate women in mining. Please kindly join us on stage. To all the ladies in the room, please join us on stage. Just the ladies for now. Mariana Gonzal. Join us on stage for a group photo. Let's celebrate women in mining.